Good afternoon. Uh, how how is everyone doing today? This afternoon, we are going to try a little experiment. We're going to do the show in three parts. The first part, we're going to be looking at some headlines in the news, and in the second part, we are going to just be working on speaking with a comic book. And in the third part, we are going to be inventing a story based on a picture. And we'll need some volunteers. I think I hear some volunteers already. Let me see. Okay, Alex, we've got Mohammed and Alex here. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start with the news. We'll bring in Mohammed and Alex, who have volunteered. First two people when the video starts are the people we'll take. And well, let's see what happens. Wait, first of all, let me. Why is there music playing? I don't want any music. All right, so we'll bring in Mohammed and Alex. And if you ever want to volunteer, there's a link down in the description to join the Discord group. All right, let's see. Hello, Alex. Can you're on mute? I think.
Yes,
Okay.
Happy New Year to
Okay. Happy New Year, Alex and Mohammed. How are you doing today? Oh,
you.
you there, Mohammed?
Hello, Sia. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, well, so this is the first time we're trying this. We're going to go through some news headlines and maybe make some conversations about the news happening today or some of the vocabulary that we find as we go through the news.
Very
And
bad news this
uh,
days.
there's only bad news. That's always how
Yeah,
it is. There's no such
yes.
thing as good news. Okay, well, Mohammed, do you see this picture here? Do you see this picture on the screen? And underneath it, there's a the the title of an article. You call that the headline when you're looking at a news article. Do you see that headline from Al Jazeera? What does it say?
Yes, FBI releases timeline of deadly New Orleans truck ramming attack.
Can you read the first line again? Start with just the first line. Read that again. That was a little bit unclear.
FBI releases timeline of deadly New Orleans truck ramming attack.
Okay, so just the first line. We've got FBI. Now, one thing I want to say is when you have letters like that, like FBI, CEO, or I can't think of any more. It's very common, but it's always the final letter that gets all of the attention. So you say FBI. Can you say
What
it
is
like
the
that?
difference?
What?
I was asking what is the difference between FBI and CIA?
Oh, well, the FBI is supposed to be like a national police. They're sort of like a national police. So they they investigate or they get involved with crimes that violate national laws. And the CIA is a spy organization that's supposed to just work internationally, although I think now they work inside the country as
Yes,
well.
yes.
So that's supposed to be the difference, but I don't know. Okay, so can you say the name of that organization again? FBI, and make sure that you pay attention just to the final letter the most.
FBI.
Yeah, it's always like that. USA, CEO. Whenever you have those letters, you always put the accent on the final letter. Can you say that, Alex? FBI.
FBI.
Can you read the headline, Alex? What does that say?
FBI releases timeline of deadly.
Mhm. Okay, and can you, Mohammed, say that again? FBI, just the first line, not the second one or the third one, just the first one.
First line.
Just the first line.
FBI releases timeline of deadly.
Okay, well, now let's look at the second word, all right? Because that's got how many syllables does that second word have?
Releases.
Mm-hmm. How
Four
many syllables?
syllables.
I think three. Releases is three syllables.
Okay, I
How they
thought the EA is two syllable.
that would be releases. No, no, it's just one. It makes an E sound, but it makes a very big sound. Okay, so if we just did the syllable, if we just did the vowel sounds in that word, what you would hear is short, long, short. E, e. You hear how the middle one is very, very long, and the one in the front and the one in the back are very short. E.
Yes,
That's
yes.
very important.
Re-
Try again.
releases.
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 FBI releases. Can you say those two words together?
FBI releases.
That's much clearer than before. I think before you were giving each vowel equal time, and that becomes a little bit difficult to understand. Read that first line again, just the first line.
FBI releases timeline of deadly.
Okay. Uh, read the whole title.
FBI releases timeline of deadly New Orleans truck ramming attack.
Okay, Alex, can you read that again, please?
FBI releases timeline of
Mhm.
deadly New Orleans truck ramming attack.
Okay, and probably, do you know that word ramming? Have you seen that before, Alex? That word
Yeah,
ram?
car, car ramming. Yeah, it's like running over people with a car. Car
Well,
ramming.
well, ram actually, what ram means is to hit very, very hard. So it
Right?
could
Yeah.
be,
Mhm.
it could be used in a lot of different ways. Let's see. I'm just looking to see what kind of pictures. Have you seen that word before, Mohammed? Ramming? What?
Uh,
Uh, like for example,
ramming, like if car go over your body, it rams you.
no, actually, that would be run over. That's a phrasal verb, and that would be run over. But
Okay.
for example, this animal is called a ram. What do you notice about this animal?
It has a big,
Mhm.
I can't remember the name of the
Horns.
thing.
Horns.
Yeah,
Horns.
horns. Those are horns. Horns.
Okay, horns.
Yeah. So and the thing about a ram is that it will do this to you with his horns. That's why he's called a
Yes.
ram. Pachu is here. Hello, Pachu. How are you doing tonight? Okay. Let's see. Let's go back. Okay. Did you hear about that? I don't know which country. So in Egypt, or I don't know which country you're in, Alex. But did you hear about this? This ramming?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
Mhm.
What? So let me ask you this question, both of you. What would you do if you were in a crowded place and a car started ramming into people? What is your answer? What would you do?
Uh, if I have time, it's away from me, or just it's in front of me.
Uh, I don't know. However you picture it in your mind. What would you do? Would you, if I were in a crowded place and a car started ramming into people, I would run away. What would you do?
Yes, do the same.
Okay, so tell me in a full sentence. If I were in a crowded place and do the whole thing.
If I am in a crowded place
Okay,
and the car
do you know?
started
Do you know when you're making an imaginary situation, you say you talk about it like it's in the past, and you say if I were. That's very strange. But when you're imagining something, you say if I were in a crowded place. That's how you talk about imaginary situations.
okay, if I were in an crowded place
Hmm.
and the car started to attack
Let's say ramming, and a car started ramming into people.
the car started ramming into people, I will start to run.
Okay, what
I,
about
w-
you?
I would
Go
I
ahead.
would start to run.
I would run. I would
I would
run.
run.
You could
I
say
would
I would.
run.
You could say I would run like hell.
Okay.
What would you do, Alex, if you were in a crowded place and a car started
If I
ramming
were
into people?
if I were in a crowded place and the car start ramming, I would try to stay aside, and after that try to just call a police or to give a help to the
Hmm.
people injured. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
to be that proactive.
Step aside. Step aside. I would step aside. Is that what you said?
Mhm. Stay aside or get aside.
Probably step
I can't
aside.
remember. It's a
Step
step aside.
aside.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. Uh, Pachu says, "Oh, I volunteer." So Pachu, for the when we move from news headlines to comic book, then you can join in. Okay, so we just have to wait a little bit. All right. How do? Let me see if I can write. Oh, let's
So
see.
it's a new year, new rules. Yeah.
New. Well, yeah. So that way everybody can have a chance. Like maybe
Yeah, yeah. That's a good idea. It's a good idea.
step aside. Step aside.
Mm. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that
Step
means
aside.
step off to the side. I would step if a car were ramming into people, I would step aside and maybe later I could help. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Should we take a look at a different headline now? Let's see. More bad news. How about
We can choose economic news.
you want to try economic news? Let's see.
Economic, yes.
Well, they have business. Should we try business or
Okay.
technology or because it honestly economic, but business is kind of close, I guess. Let's see. What can we find here? Well, that's kind of an interesting headline. Uh, Alex, can you read this headline under the picture? What does it say?
Okay. Mortgage rates inch closer to 7% to close out 2024.
Okay, now this is interesting. Do you know what an inch is? First of all, do you know what that means? An inch?
An inch is 200 quarter centimeters, something like that.
Yeah, it's like a centimeter. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the exact measurement. Did you know that, Muhammad? What an inch was?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
this is a phrasal verb to inch closer. What do you think that means?
Like it's come too closer to 7%.
Yeah, well, it means like very slowly, in very slow increments, it's coming closer to 7%. Little by little, very little by little, it's getting closer to 7%. Let's see. Oh, maybe we can because actually, what I'm thinking is when we encounter, maybe we could do two or three vocabulary words to practice. Once we
Mhm.
when we get near the end, we'll practice some interesting words, and this is an interesting one actually. Inch closer to something. So let me let's see. I'm trying to open up a document. All right. Inch closer. We can use that. We're going to use that one. So that means like move very slowly, very little by little, moving closer to something. Mohammed, can you read that title? What does it say again?
Mortgage rates inch closer to 7% to close out 2024.
Okay. And what do you think? What does that mean to you? How do you understand that headline? What are
Uh,
mortgage rates?
like mortgage rates are approaching to 7%.
Yeah, very slowly, little by little. They're getting much closer to 7%. What is a mortgage rate, though? What are they talking about?
Mortgage rates is when you borrow some money from the government to buy a house
From the
and
bank. No,
try
yeah, not from the government, but from the bank.
from the bank, and you every month you will pay an
Mhm.
amount of money.
Which is inching closer to 7%. Okay. Now, when I say the word rate, is that a big sound in the middle of that word, or is that a small sound? Rate.
Big sound.
It's a big sound. Can you say that again, Mohammed? Rate.
Rate.
Rate. Uh-huh. It,
Rate.
say the whole headline again.
Mortgage rates inch closer to 7%, close out 2024.
Uh-huh. Can you say that, Alex?
Mortgage mortgage rates
Mm-hmm.
inches closer to 7% to close out 2024.
Why is it? Because you read inches. It is a verb, but why is it inch and not
You,
inches?
oh, sorry, that was a mistake. Mortgage rates inch closer to 7% to close out 2024.
Now, is it right that because I think I heard that in Islamic countries banks are not allowed to charge interest. Is that true?
It's
It's sorry, go on, Mohammed.
okay, you can say it.
Okay, it's in the government banks it's okay, but in some Islamic or Muslim banks they don't go with the rates because they
Mhm.
look at it as a sin.
Is
But
so
the government a government to borrow money from the side and pay rates. And if you borrow money from the bank, you will pay the rates. It's works in Egypt. You get what I mean?
how do banks make money? They
That
don't charge.
uh that's the normal. That's the basic. Yeah, that's the basic. They have to charge you money to be able
Mhm.
to pay for the workers or the staff to pay for the to pay back your money. That's
So if you borrow, so do the banks charge interest in Egypt, Mohammed?
yes. So
Yes, they have mortgage rates,
Oh,
but we don't have we don't have mortgage in Egypt.
so what you have to pay cash if you want to buy a house?
You have to pay a cash, yes.
Wow. Then you have to be very rich to buy a house in Egypt.
Yes, most people yes rent.
They just rent. Wow, that's
Yes.
that's bad. Okay. All right, let's see if we can find another thing here. Okay, this is interesting. Alex, can you see this headline here where it says Morgan Stanley?
Morgan Stanley joins Goldman Sachs site
Sachs, Sachs.
SAS site, site in Exodus from UN-backed climate alliance.
Okay, so we've got. Can you read that again? Morgan Stanley
Morgan Stanley joined Goldman Sachs
Sachs.
site in
Sachs.
Sa- Sa- Sachs
Sachs. Sachs.
Sachs Sachs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, site in Exodus from UN-backed climate alliance.
Okay. Uh, Mohammed, can you try that headline? What does it say?
Morgan Stanley joins Goldman Sachs and CTI Bank in exodus from UN-backed Climate Alliance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, now that's kind of an interesting headline, actually. First of all, what does Exodus mean? Any
I
idea?
didn't see it before.
Okay, how about you, Alex? Have you seen that word before? Exodus.
Exodus means like exit.
That's right. It does. That's
Mhm.
uh that's actually that's the second book of the Bible. The
The
first book,
second book of the Bible. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
the first book is Genesis. That means the beginning, and then um, the second book is Exodus, and
Exodus.
in that book, if you don't know, that book is about the Jews leaving Egypt. So that's why it's
Exit
called
Egypt. Yeah.
Exodus. It's all about them leaving
Mhm,
Egypt and going to Israel. So that's
mhm.
you could but you can see the word exit in it, right? It means leaving. So these are big. I don't. Do you know these companies? Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs is a very big financial. I don't know what they do, but it's some kind of big financial company. And Citi.
They buy stocks. They have many stocks.
So you know you're familiar with that company, Mohammed.
Yes, they are doing trading
Mm-hmm.
financial markets.
Okay, so you know.
Yes.
So you have Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Citi are all they're in exodus. They're leaving. They're exiting from the UN. What does backed mean? UN backed climate alliance. What do you think?
Supported.
Yes, it does. That's what backed means. It means to support. Did you get that, Alex? Did you notice that it means support?
Yeah,
Something is
to
backed.
back somebody to support you. To back support. Yeah,
Yeah.
to
Okay.
back someone or support.
All right. Let's see. Let's try a couple more here. Oh, this one has an interesting. What is that? Let's take a look at this one that says Hindenburg. This has got some interesting words in it, actually. Alex, can you read that? What does it say?
Edinburgh Shorts Caravana Allegheny gift Gift of the ages.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Gift for the ages. Yeah.
Grift for the ages. Any idea what that headline means, Alex? That's a
Gift
complicated
for
one.
the ages. Gift for the ages. Just give me a second.
What about you, Mohammed? Can you read that? Hindenburg.
What grift means?
Well, here, let's read the whole headline first, and then we'll talk about it.
Uh, Edinburgh Shorts Caravana alleging grift for the ages.
Well, so if you do investments, what does it mean to short something? If you're using short as a verb, what does that mean?
Means to sell.
Okay, so we have Carvana, Hindenburg shorts Carvana, and then we have this word alleging. Do you know what that means? Alleging.
Alleging like stating.
What's the difference between stating and alleging? Because there's a difference.
Alleging maybe like, no, I don't know.
Okay, well, when you say allege, it's like you're saying it, but you're not providing any proof. You're not giving any evidence.
Allegation.
Yeah. So if you make an allegation, if you allege something, you're saying it, but you're not. But you're saying we don't have proof, but this is what we believe. So maybe it's not true.
Yes.
Okay. So if I say he what? Let's see. How could maybe allege is a good word. Maybe we'll put that here. So we've got three words now that will. Let's use allegedly. If I say, "Oh, Muhammad's going to be late," allegedly he's in traffic. What does that mean?
Like I'm saying that I'm supposing he's in traffic, but I don't have the info for that.
Yeah, he says he's in traffic, but I don't really believe him. That's really what it means.
Yes.
Allegedly, he's in traffic. That's a really rude thing to put in front of a sentence because it's saying I don't really believe that person.
Yes.
Or uh, oh, Alex is going to be late. Allegedly, he's still at work. That means Alex says he's at
Mhm.
work, but I don't believe him. Does that make sense? Now, a grift is cheating. A grift is when you try to cheat people for money. If you're grifting people, you're trying to steal their money. You're trying to cheat them out of money. You're a criminal. That's a very negative word. So Hindenburg shorts Carvana. Hindenburg is selling Carvana, and they're saying that it's a huge cheat. They're just cheating people. And they're saying a grift for the ages. It's a historic cheating. It's a very bad company. Does that make sense? Well, let's see if we can find some grifters. What happens if we just hear silence? Or maybe grifting.
Yes, I got it. Graft like when you say like when can't remember.
See how this says, wait, maybe that's a very, see, this is a grifting. This is a guide on how to steal people's money. Grifting, a beginner's guide. Here's somebody stealing money.
Yes.
So, grifter is like a thief. So, what do you think? Do you think that Carvana is a good company or a bad company?
Like a bad con.
Why? What gives you, in this headline, what gives you the indication that Carvana is a bad company?
Maybe it has a scandal.
What kind of scandal? What are they being accused of? What is Hindenburg accusing Carvana of?
Like graft, like it has like if they saying you will have a return 100% on your money when you bought it in our stocks, but they are grafting, are lying about that.
Yeah, there's somehow they're lying or cheating or stealing from people, right? Okay. Let's see. Let's try to maybe we'll look at a couple more headlines and then I've got three words that we can practice from just the headlines we've already read. Uh, Alex, can you see this headline? What
Yes.
does it say? What stocks?
What stock's worst tumble since 1952 in final days of 2024 may mean for 2025?
What does stumble mean?
Stumble means when somebody stumbles, like he cannot like walking good or stumble if he can like stuttering, like if he's speaking stumble like stuttering or cannot like,
Oh,
It's like
so
you
when
can't go straight.
so when you think of stumble, you think of stumbling over words.
Whereas stumbling, you cannot read the word correctly, or you cannot pronounce it right. Stuttering, like some people stumbling or stuttering.
It's well, the way that you're thinking about it, it's true. You could use stumble that way. But really what stumble means is like in this picture. Can you see this picture?
Yeah, yeah.
The little
Mhm,
child is stumbling. It kind of means like falling.
mhm.
Right? Have you seen that word before, Mohammed? Stumble?
Yes, and Gone with the Wind
Can you repeat that, please? What did you say?
was maybe Dracula or in Gone with the Wind.
Oh, you remember it? Because I remember talking about this and maybe even looking at the same picture before. See, you remember that. That's
Yes.
good. Yeah, we've used that word. So, what do you think it means, Alex, here? If you're talking about stocks stumbling, what do you think that could mean?
Stocks words stumbling mean the falling.
Yeah,
The
falling
word's
down,
falling for this.
falling really badly. Uh, okay, but there's really no information in that headline besides that. So I think, let's see.
Like they means they are going in the downtrend,
Well,
like losing their value.
I wonder what happens if we. No, they don't really show. They don't really show any good pictures. I was just looking for a picture of stock stumble, and I was thinking
Yes.
that
Do you
maybe
see the arrow in up? Yes, this arrow red rod.
this arrow going down.
Yet
Yeah.
yes, going down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I was kind of hoping that there would be
No,
like
the other arrow
the other arrow.
behind you, under you. Can you go up? Yes,
Go up
this one.
and
The second one on the left.
on the second one on the left.
No, no. Yes, yes, in the picture. Yes, the red one, the red arrow going down.
I don't see any red
You you
arrow.
you was it.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, we get the idea though, because I was hoping I could find like a, falling down the stairs is how I would imagine stumble. Like when they say stocks stumble, I would imagine something kind of like falling down the stairs, going up and down, up and down, up and down, but on a downward trend, like this one
Can
here.
you scroll? Can you scroll down a little bit? Yes, this one.
That one?
Yes, the second. Yes.
Yeah, that's how I would kind of imagine it. The kind of like the stairs, up and down, up and down. Okay. Well, so we've got some. Maybe we'll do one more headline, but we've got some words. So we'll make some example sentences with some interesting vocabulary words that we talked about today, and then we'll move on. So let's try one more headline here. Uh, I'll pick this one just because of one special word in here. I think it's a good word to take a look at. Okay, Mohammed, can you read this headline? What does it say?
U.S. unemployment claims fall to 211,000, the lowest level since March.
Okay, what does Alex? Can you read that? What does it say?
U.S. employment claims fall to it's gone down to 200,000 to 100,011, the lowest level since March. That was the low level happened since March.
Can you read that again? U.S. unemployment. Say the whole thing again.
U.S. unemployment claims fall to 200,011, the lowest level since March.
What is that number?
200,011.
211,000.
211,000. Okay.
Yeah, 211,000. Okay. What does that word claims mean here, Alex?
It's
U.S. unemployment.
claims is yeah. Some people, if they're not working, they claim from the government.
Yeah, it's like asking
They're-
for something. It's like asking
mm,
for something.
mm.
Give me money. Those are your claims. Okay, can you read that again, Mohammed?
US unemployment claims fall to 211,000, the lowest level since March.
Okay. All right. So here, I think now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask ChatGPT to um, give us some examples so we can practice some interesting words that we've learned or that we've talked about today. Uh, Let me just get this going here. Just one second. Okay. So we'll start with, I'm trying to do this very quickly. Let's start with this one here. Okay. All right, so we're moving over to practice, and our first one is a phrasal verb, which is inch closer. Let me move this up so we can see it. Do you remember that phrasal verb, Mohammed? What does that mean, inch closer?
Yes, to move very slowly
Okay,
towards something.
to move very slowly towards something. Alex, can you read number one? What does it say?
Okay. Just after months of hard work, we are inching closer to complete the project.
Okay, and does that sentence make sense to you? Is that pretty clear what it means?
Mhm.
Okay. Uh, in the first part of the phrase, after months of hard work, what would you say are the most important words in that sentence?
Months hard work.
Okay, let's see. So you said months and hard and work?
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll make those big. I think that probably we'll have to make a choice between hard or work. Which word do you
Uh,
think is more important?
hard,
Hard.
hard because
Okay.
hard is adverb. Yeah.
Okay. What about what about after? Do you think maybe we could also do after?
A bit,
Okay.
exaggerated a bit.
Okay. And so which syllable in after has all of the sound? After.
Uh,
A-
after.
Okay. So how would you read this phrase if these are the important words? How does that sound?
Okay. After months of hard work,
Hmm. After months of hard work.
after months of hard work, yeah.
Mohammed, can you say that? After months of hard work.
After months of hard work.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, Now let's see. Inching closer. Inching closer. What do you think, Mohammed, about that phrasal verb? Inching closer. Do you think that's a literal phrasal verb or an abstract phrasal verb?
Yeah, abstract.
Really? I would say that I think that's literal because you can, if I looked at those two words, I could sort of understand and say, oh, that makes sense. I understand why it's inch closer. To me, that
But it at first it meant to me moving closer, but inching means moving very slowly. So Because of that, I
Well,
said abstract.
it means moving inch by inch, little by little. So I mean, it could be slowly, but it can also just be the distance, moving just a little bit at a time.
Yes,
So I would say that's literal. If it's if it's literal, which word do you think we should emphasize? Inching or closer?
inching.
Well,
Uh,
if it's literal,
yeah,
then we should emphasize the second word.
closer. Yes.
Closer, closer. There's a relationship. There's a pretty close relationship to closer and the object. So that's why we have to emphasize closer. And where's all of the sound in closer? Which syllable has all of the sound? The first one or the second one?
First, first one.
The first one. Okay. So we'll make that pretty big. Okay. Uh, so if that is the important word in the phrase, we are inching closer to. How will you read that? How will you read that phrase? We are inching closer to. How does it sound in a phrase?
We- We're inching closer to.
Okay, but let's exaggerate. Closer. And we'll make the other words small. We're inching closer to.
We're inching closer to.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to. I think we can do both of these actually. I hear myself emphasizing both of these syllables. After months of hard work, we're inching closer to.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to.
Oh, Alex, can you say that? After months of hard work, we're inching closer to.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to
Okay. Uh, Now the final phrase, completing the project. Which words are important, Alex?
completing project.
Okay, and in that word completing, which syllable has all of the sound? Completing,
Eating, leading,
pleading,
complete,
pleading, pleading.
eating, yeah, completing, yeah,
Mhm. How about in the next word? Project, project.
project,
Which
project,
project? Yeah, project.
project, yeah,
So completing the project.
completing the project.
Mhm. After months of hard work, we're inching closer to completing the project.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to completing the project.
Mohammed, can you try that? Completing the project.
Completing the project.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to completing the project.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to completing the project.
The project or the project?
The project.
Say it again.
After months of hard work, we're inching closer to completing the project.
Okay. Alex, can you make a what we inching closer to question?
What are we inching closer to? Or
That's right. Wait, so David says, Happy New Year, and I would like to practice pronunciation someday. Well, we're doing something new today, David. We're doing this in three parts. Right now, we are doing the news, but in one moment, we're going to switch to comic book pronunciation, and I need two more volunteers. Pachu has already volunteered, and so if you want, you can join the Discord group and you can practice with us because we still need another volunteer. If you don't, then either Alex or Mohammed will stay with us, I hope. But the idea is to switch after every after each one. Okay. Can you I'm sorry, Alex, can you make the question again, please? What
so you want to ask about
yeah,
what
what
are we what are
go ahead.
what are we inching What are we inching closer?
Mm-hmm.
Closer to complete the project.
Well, just a no more project. So, what are we inching closer to? What are we inching closer to?
What are we inching closer to?
Mm-hmm. And what David says, what time? Well, probably in about 20 or 30 minutes when we finish practicing these three vocabulary words. What is your most important word in that question? What are we inching closer to?
What
Mm.
inching closer?
Okay, but so if you say what plus are plus we, how would that sound?
What are we?
What are we? What are we?
What are we? What are we?
What are we inching closer to?
What are we inching closer to?
What are we inching closer to? Mohammed, can you make that question? How would you make that question? How would that sound?
Uh, what are we inching closer to?
What are we inching closer to? That's right. Okay, and if I say, Mohammed, what are we inching closer to after months of hard work? What is your answer?
We're inching closer to completing this project.
Okay, we're inching closer to completing the project after months of hard work. Alex, after months of hard work, what are we inching closer to?
We are inching closer to complete the project after months of hard work.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, Mohammed, can you read number two? Do you see number two up here?
Yes,
What does this?
the politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
The politician or the politician?
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms
What does back mean here?
to support.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So does that sentence make sense to you? Do you understand the idea of the sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Alex, can you read number two? What does it say?
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Mm-hmm. David Garcia says, I'll be ready. Well, that's great. Just join the Discord group, David. You've got about 10 or 15 minutes to get that done. Okay. Now, Alex, the first four words, what are they?
The politician promised to.
Okay. And what are the most important words in that phrase?
Politician promise.
Okay. And in that word, politician, that's four syllables. Which syllable has all of the power?
Poli, Politician.
Poli-
Politician.
politician. Politician.
Politician. Yeah.
So which one?
Titian.
Titian.
Yeah.
Tish.
Yeah.
Tish. We're
Yeah.
making tish.
Titian.
Politician. So we'll
The
just
politician.
ti. I guess it's just ti. Okay, well, so we'll make
Hmm.
that big. Okay, and how about promised? Promised.
Promise. 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 Promise.
Which syllable?
Missed.
That would be promised. Promised. Is that right?
Promise.
Or is it
No,
promised?
no. The first one. Promise. Ra.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. So how will these four words sound together?
The politician promised to.
Okay, that's right. Now, but remember when you're making a P sound, you have to push out a lot of air from your mouth. Politician.
They have to, the politician promised to.
Okay, the politician promised to.
The politician promised to.
Mohammed, can you say that? The politician promised to.
The politician promised to.
Okay. Uh, let's do the final part of the phrase, Mohammed. Can you read? Let's see, there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Can you read all 5 words?
Back the new healthcare reforms.
Okay. Which words do you think we should be emphasizing in that phrase?
Back and new and reforms.
Okay, so we've got back and new. Okay, now we have this word healthcare that's made up of two words. I think that's a word that we have to maybe focus a little bit on. Which word do you think should get the attention? The first word or the second word?
Health care. Second one.
Usually when you have a combination of two words together like that, it would be the first word that you must emphasize. That's usually how it would be. Healthcare. So if you said it the other way, that might be difficult to understand. Healthcare. People will not understand that if you say healthcare. You have to say healthcare. Healthcare.
Health care.
So usually when you have two words combined like that, then you would focus on the first word. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then we've got reforms. Reforms. Where's the power in that word? Where's the sound? Reforms.
Second one.
Second one. Second one. Okay. So this is back the new healthcare reforms.
Back the new healthcare reforms.
Healthcare. Healthcare.
Healthcare.
Healthcare reforms.
Healthcare reforms.
New healthcare reforms.
New healthcare reforms.
Back the new healthcare reforms.
The new healthcare reforms.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
So it's not promised, it's promised. Promised.
Promised.
Mm-hmm.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Alex, can you say new healthcare reforms?
New healthcare reforms.
Okay. The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Okay. And what we'll do is we'll just add a little music to this.
Okay.
So we'll make all of our important sounds a high tone.
Yeah.
Except for the last part, we'll make low because it's the end of the phrase, it's the end of the sentence, and that's usually done low. So the politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms. Can you try that, Alex, with a little bit of music?
Okay. The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Healthcare reforms. Go down when you get to health. Healthcare
Healthcare
reforms.
reforms.
The
Okay.
politician
Healthcare
promised to
reforms.
back the new healthcare reforms.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Mohammed, can you try to add a little music to the sentence and make all of those important sounds high tones, except for the last two? We'll make low. The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Mohammed, can you make a what politician promised question?
What did the politician promise?
Okay, is it promise or promise?
What did the politician promise?
That's better. That's more understandable. What did the politician promise?
What did the politician promise?
And what is the most important word in your question?
What and politician and promise?
Okay, how would you say what plus did plus the?
What did the?
What did the? What did the? What did the?
What did the? What
What
did
did the
the?
politician promise?
What did the politician promise?
That's right. Uh, Alex, can you make the question? How would you ask that question?
What did the politician promise?
What did the politician
What
promise?
what did the politician promise?
What did the politician promise? And what is the answer, Alex?
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms. Mohammed, what did the politician promise?
The politician promised to, I
Back.
can't see it,
Yeah, it's
to
gone.
back
It's gone. I deleted it. Back. The politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
the politician promised to back the new healthcare reforms.
Okay. David Garcia, if you still want to practice, you have to join the Discord group. The link is in the description. Because we're just going to finish this final word here, and then we're going to switch. Okay. So you've got like maybe 5 minutes. If I don't see you, then we're just going to keep. If either Alex or Mohammed wants to continue, we'll keep one of them. Okay. All right. Here is our final word, which is allegedly. Okay. Mohammed, can you read the number 3? What does it say?
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple
Okay.
robberies.
You always see this word allegedly or alleged when you're reading the news. Why is that? It's a very common word when you're reading a newspaper.
Yes, maybe it's a formal word.
What does it mean?
Means allegedly saying that without any proof.
Yeah, that's why newspapers always say it. They're saying, well, this is what people are saying, but we don't have the proof. We can't prove it. So they try to be very careful. And they use that word all the time to say, this is what people say, but we don't know if it's true. Alex, can you read number 3? What does it say?
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Okay. Uh, and have you seen that word before, allegedly? Is that a word that you're familiar with?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, yeah, allegation. No,
Allegation. Oh, that's right.
normal,
I said
no,
that word.
normally they use it just to they cover themselves. Yeah,
Yeah.
in the newspaper, because not be under any
Yep.
law now.
If they don't say that word, then people maybe would try to sue them and get some money.
Mhm.
Okay. Uh, Alex, can you read the first 3 words of that sentence? What does it say?
The criminal was
What is the most important word in that phrase?
criminal,
Criminal. Criminal. Where's the power? Where's all the sound in that word?
minal,
That would be
crim,
criminal. Criminal. Is that how
crim,
it sounds? Criminal.
criminal,
Criminal.
so
Criminal.
the first, yeah, criminal,
It's the first one.
okay,
That's a really
criminal.
important thing to identify, to be able to identify.
But yeah, I need to work on this one. Yeah, I need to work
Yeah.
on this one.
So, if that's the important word, criminal, how will you read those
Hmm.
3 words together? How does that sound?
The criminal was.
The criminal was. The criminal was.
The criminal was.
Mm-hmm.
The
Can,
criminal was.
can you say that, Mohammed? The criminal was.
The criminal was
Okay. Now, let's do the next 3 words, Mohammed. What are the next 3 words?
allegedly involved in.
Okay. And what are the important words in that phrase? Allegedly involved in.
Allegedly.
How about involved? Is that also an important word, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. So in the first word, allegedly, where is all the power? Where's all the sound? Allegedly. Allegedly.
First syllable.
Let's see. That would be allegedly. Allegedly. Is that right? Or is it allegedly?
Allegedly.
Where's the
The
sound?
middle one.
Okay, it's ledge, ledge, ledge. That's where all the sound is. Ledge. The criminal was allegedly.
The criminal was allegedly
Mm-hmm. And then we have the next word, involved. Involved. Where's all of the sound?
in the middle,
It's in the middle.
involved.
Vol,
Yes,
vol, vol. Okay.
in, involved,
Mm-hmm. So can you let's say these three words together. Allegedly involved in.
allegedly involved in.
The criminal was allegedly involved in.
The criminal was allegedly involved in.
Mm-hmm. Alex, can you say allegedly involved in?
Allegedly involved in.
The criminal was allegedly involved in.
The criminal was allegedly involved in.
Okay, what are the final two words in this phrase, Alex?
Multiple robberies.
Mm-hmm. Multiple robberies. Are both of those words important, do you think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when we say multiple, where is all the sound? Multiple. Multiple.
Multi, multi. The second one.
That would be
Mul,
multiple. Multiple. Is that how you pronounce it?
multiple.
Multiple.
No, multiple. The first one.
Oh, this is the first one.
Mul, multiple.
Multiple. Multiple. Multiple. Multiple.
Multiple. Yeah.
How about robberies? Robberies. Where's all the
Robberies. Robberies.
first one, right?
Mm-hmm. Robberies.
Robberies. So can you say the whole phrase? Multiple robberies.
Multiple robberies.
Hmm. The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Mohammed, can you say multiple robberies?
Multiple robberies.
Hmm. The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Okay, now we'll just add a little bit of music to this phrase. So we'll give all of the important sound, some high tones, except maybe when we get to the end we'll start going pretty low. So we'll make these blue to make it, because at the end of a phrase you want to sound a little bit low. So the criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies. Can you try that, Mohammed, with a little bit of music?
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Alex, can you try to add a little bit of music to our sentence?
Criminal.
Go ahead.
Okay. The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Mohammed, can you make a what criminal allegedly involved in question?
What are what was the criminal allegedly involved in?
Again,
What was the criminal allegedly involved in?
what is the most important word in your question?
What and allegedly and involved.
Okay, so how will you say what plus was and the? How will that sound together? What was the? How will that sound altogether?
What was the?
What was the? What was the? What was the?
What was the?
What was the criminal allegedly involved in?
What was the criminal allegedly involved in?
Alex, can you try that? What was the? What was the?
What was the?
What was the criminal allegedly involved in?
What was the criminal allegedly involved in?
And what is the answer?
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Okay. Mohammed, what was the criminal allegedly involved in?
The criminal was allegedly involved in multiple robberies.
Okay. All right. So now we're done with our news section. And now what we're going to go on to is wait, let me see. What we're going to do now is we're going to move on to uh sorry, I'm making myself distracted here. I'm thinking of too many things. We're going to move on to the comic book section. We're just going to do pronunciation, and Pachu has
Mhm.
volunteered for that. And we have space for one more person. And David said he wanted to join, but I don't see David. So, David, if you want to join, I'll give you just a few more minutes. Otherwise, Mohammed or Alex, would one of you be interested in continuing for the next?
Yes, I'm
I don't mind.
interested.
Okay, so we'll see if David's going to join. We'll give him one more minute. But in the meantime, uh, we have to decide who can we use, Alex uh, or Mohammed. So here's a coin. You know, on one coin you have the head, right? And on the other side of the coin you have tails. Okay.
Listen, sir. It's a two more session. If you know, it's two more. I don't mind. I can join this one, the next one, or the other one. I don't mind.
Okay.
Either one.
All right. Oh,
It's
David says he's got.
if we,
David's. I guess David's trying, but it's not working. Well, here.
it's not easy to join, Professor.
So, well, that's
It
okay.
is require a lot.
I don't know if David's going to join us because he's having a problem. That's okay. Keep trying, David, but we've got to move on. So maybe because we have something else after this, we're going to do stories after this. But we have to decide who's going to stay, Mohammed or Alex.
Look. I don't mind. I don't mind. I can wait for the next
You want to
the
wait for
third
the
one.
next
I don't
one?
mind.
Okay, so we'll keep Mohammed
I
and
don't mind. Okay. I'll cut out now and come back later,
okay,
or
yeah,
mute myself.
okay, it's fine. All right, so yeah, you can come back in the next round. Okay, but now,
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
all right. So we've got Mohammed and Pachu. Pachu, are you there?
Hello, sir.
How are you doing today?
Great.
Great. Oh, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful great. Okay, we were reading this
Yes.
comic book and focusing on pronunciation. And where did we stop though? Uh, David says maybe he needs an invitation. I don't know. I don't know how to invite you, David. I'm sorry. Let's see. Invite people. I don't have you anywhere. You clicked on David. Did you click on the link? I think we already did this one. Okay. Let's. Sorry, I cannot do. Where did we stop? I think we must have stopped here. Pachu, can you read this bubble here? The trouble seems.
Okay. The trouble seems to be upstairs,
Hmm.
Sergeant. But what's to be phone about this mob? Solid gold pieces don't come their way every day.
Okay. Well, let's start with the first sentence. The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant. What do you suppose are the most important words in that bubble? Or in that sentence?
Uh, troubles upstairs and Sergeant.
Okay. So, if trouble's important, how does it sound?
Is trouble, trouble,
Trouble. Trouble. Trouble.
trouble,
Trouble.
trouble.
How would it sound if you put trouble plus seems plus two plus be? How does that sound? If it's like one big word, how would that sound?
Mm. The trouble seems to be
The
the
trouble
trouble seems
seems
to
to
be
be. The trouble
the
seems to be.
trouble the trouble seem to be
Okay. Now that word upstairs, which sound has all of the power?
stairs.
When you have two words that are together, which word usually gets all of the
Okay, so up,
up?
up, up
That's right.
stairs.
Upstairs. Upstairs.
Yeah, upstairs.
The trouble seems to be the trouble seems to be upstairs. Upstairs. Upstairs.
The the trouble seems to be upstairs.
You know what? You're right. It should. So normally the rule is the first word, but I think here it's the second word. I think you're right. I think it is stairs. Upstairs. You're right.
Yes.
Because it doesn't sound right if you say upstairs. It's upstairs.
Yes.
The trouble seems to be
Upstairs.
upstairs. Say it again. The right way. Not the way I told you.
Okay. The trouble seems to be upstairs.
Okay. And then also sergeant is an important word. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay. So how will you pronounce that word if it's important?
So sergeant is the first.
Sergeant.
Sergeant.
Sergeant. The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant.
The trouble seems to be upstairs, sergeant.
Say it again.
The trouble seems to be upstairs, sergeant.
And then what is the next sentence?
But what's to be done?
Done. Done. What's to be done?
So done. Yes. Okay. What's to be done?
Okay. And then it says, what's to be done about this mob? What does that word mob mean? Do you know what that means? Mob.
Yeah, mob is police.
Mob means group of people, and it's always used in a bad way. A group of people doing bad things.
Okay.
So usually, like maybe if someone does something horrible, then a group of people will come around that person and say, "We're going to kill you. We hate you." That's a mob. It's like a group of people about to attack or do something bad.
As a crowd of people.
Yeah, but crowd. Muhammad says gangsters. It's kind of like gangsters. Crowd. See, crowd is not a bad word. I mean, it could be annoying to have a crowd, but when you say mob, that's always bad. It always means something bad. Okay.
Y-
Now,
So
go ahead.
so in the past, when anyone is punished, then all peoples throw a stone on him to kill.
That's an angry mob. That's an angry mob.
Yes.
That's or that could also be like mob justice. Mob justice.
Yes.
But when you say that, that has that's negative. That's always a negative bad thing. Okay. Now, in that phrase, what's to be done? What's to be done? What are the important words?
As done.
What about the
And what's
okay.
and what's also.
So how does that sound? If you say, but what's to be done, and what and done are important words, then how does the phrase
Yeah.
sound?
But what's to be done? This is not question. Is question?
It is a question, actually. It's just we're just
Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry.
part. That
Okay.
looks like a period. I think that's just dirt or something. But because it says what's to
Okay.
be done
Yes,
about
yes.
this mob, we're just looking at the first part here. So, but you're right. It sounds like this. But what's to be done?
Okay. What's to be done?
And then we have the final part of the question, which is about this mob. And in that in that phrase about this mob, what are the important words?
It's mob.
Okay. Maybe also about. I think we could also do about.
Okay.
Because I think it would sound like this about this mob.
About this mob.
Hmm. Big, small, big, small. But what's to be done about this mob?
What's to be done about this mob?
Hmm. The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant, but what's to be done about this mob?
The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant. But what's to be done about this mob?
Hmm. And then let's see. Let's read the next one, two, three. The next three words. What are the next three words?
Solid sold
Solid
pieces.
gold. Solid gold.
Okay. Solid gold dishes.
Dish.
Dishes or
Dishes.
pieces. Okay.
Dishes. Don't forget to whistle. You have to whistle. Shh. Dishes.
Okay. Solid sold
Gold.
dishes.
Solid gold.
Dishes.
Dishes.
Solid gold dishes. Don't come there. Don't come their way every day.
Okay. I don't know what they're talking about, but anyway, solid gold dishes. Are all of those words important, do you suppose?
Mm, so gold.
Well, I think there's a hierarchy. I think maybe because you're starting with solid, you have to use solid and maybe not focus too much on the word gold. But
Yes.
what's the when you say solid gold, what does that mean? What are you actually saying? If you say something is solid gold, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's solid gold.
What does that mean?
Is a material which is solid.
Well, it means like 100% gold.
Okay, yes.
If you call something solid gold, that means 100% gold. So it's not I don't know the word. It's not an alloy, it's not mixed with something. You understand?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So that word solid I think is more important than the word gold.
Yeah, yes.
So if we
Solid, yeah.
if we emphasize the word solid in dishes, how will the phrase sound?
This solid gold dishes.
Solid gold dishes. Solid gold dishes.
Solid gold dishes.
Don't forget to whistle. You have to whistle.
Okay.
Dishes.
Dishes.
Solid gold dishes. Don't come their way.
Solid
Go ahead.
solid gold dishes.
Mm.
Dishes.
Dishes. Don't come their way. This is a weird sentence. I don't want to spend time explaining it because I don't really understand it myself. Okay. So,
Okay.
but let's just try to focus on the pronunciation. Okay. Don't come their
Yes,
way.
yes.
Don't come their way. What do you think are the important words in that phrase? Don't come their way.
Mm, is it don't
Hmm?
and way and come also.
Okay, don't come. Don't come their way. Maybe don't and way.
Yeah, yes.
It,
Yes,
it,
yes. I also think, yeah.
if we emphasize those words, how will it sound?
It's don't come their sorry. Don't come their way.
Don't come their way.
It's don't come their way.
Hmm. And then what are the final two words?
And way. every day.
And what do you think is the most important word in that phrase?
It's every.
Every day.
Yes. Every day.
Don't come their way every day.
It's, don't come their way every day.
The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant. But what's to be done about this mob? Solid gold dishes don't come their way every day.
The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant. But what's to be done about this mob?
Mm-hmm.
Solid gold pieces don't, don't come their way every day.
Okay, but it's not way, it's way. That's your favorite sound. That's the same sound as great. There's an E
Okay.
at the end.
So
Pronounce.
way is
Way.
way.
Way. Raise your tongue
Way.
up. Way.
Way.
That's better.
Way.
Way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So mm, yes.
Okay, and then what is in the next bubble? What does it say?
Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Solid gold.
What does that mean if you say something is solid gold? What does that mean?
Yes, means by the pure gold,
Pure
100%.
100% gold. Okay. Now, in that phrase, look at this. Which words do you think are important?
It's a look. This also.
Yeah, okay. So how does that sound as a phrase? If the word look and this are very important words, how does it sound?
So look at this.
Okay, but remember, look is important, so you might have to make it bigger. Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Now, in the second phrase, which words are important?
It's a solid.
Okay. Look at this. Solid gold. Maybe gold also here.
Okay. Gold. So look at this solid gold.
Okay. Solid gold. They're big words. They're important
Sol-
words. Make them big. Solid gold.
solid gold.
Look at this. Solid gold.
Look at this solid gold.
Let's try the whole thing one more time. And the trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant. But what's to be done about this mob? Solid gold dishes don't come their way every day.
The trouble seems to be upstairs, Sergeant. But what's to be done about this mob? Solid gold dishes don't come their way every day.
Look at
Look
this.
at this solid gold.
Yeah, but it's not look at this. It's look at this.
Look at this solid gold.
Solid gold.
Solid gold.
Okay.
Solid gold.
All right.
Yes.
Mohammed, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. What's in the next bubble? What does it say?
What did DM and Saroj mean? So,
Well, first let's just read the first bubble, then we'll get to the second bubble. What does it say?
help.
Okay, help, help. These are important words. Make the vowel sound much bigger. Help, help.
Help.
Okay. Now, this this is from the 1950s, and the word dame is kind of a disrespectful way to say a woman, a lady. So you shouldn't use it, okay? But these are like street people. These are murderers and thieves. So sometimes they use bad words. It's not very nice to call a woman a dame, but so they're saying it's a woman. It's a lady. It's a dame. So that's not a very nice thing to say though. So
It's still used?
not really. Actually, it's something that really sounds like it's from the 1950s or 1940s or something like that. People don't really talk like that anymore. So maybe if you watch a movie from the 50s, you'll hear that word. But it's not nice even in the context of time. So no.
And Serge.
Well, that's short for sergeant. So that's like a rank of the
So,
police. So see here
yeah.
it says the trouble seems to be upstairs, sergeant, and they just say Sarge for short. It's kind of friendly. It sounds kind of friendly, informal. Sarge. Okay. Can you read that sentence? What does it say?
It's a DM Serge.
Okay. Now it's a dame. What is the important what's the important word in that phrase?
DM and Serge.
Okay. Because it's important, you're going to have to make it longer. It's a dame.
It's a DM.
Dame.
DM.
Sarge.
Sarge.
It's a dame, Sarge.
It's a DM Sarge.
Okay. That was a very easy bubble. So, Mohammed, we'll continue with the next one, okay?
Okay.
What does it say here?
Get me out of here. My husband's upstairs. We killed Howard
Carson.
Carson.
Mm-hmm.
Carson.
Let me make that easier to see. So the first phrase, "Get me out of here." What do you think is the most important? What are the most important words in that phrase?
Get and out
Mm-hmm.
and here.
Okay. So if those are important words, then how should you read the phrase? How should it sound?
Get me out of here.
Mm-hmm. You've got to make the vowel sounds longer. Get me out of here.
Get me out of here.
Mm-hmm. Get me out of here.
Get me out of here.
What is the next phrase?
My husband's upstairs.
And what are the important words in that phrase?
Husbands and upstairs.
Okay. So if those are important words, how should they sound?
My husband's upstairs.
My husband's upstairs.
My husband's upstairs.
We're trying to get a big, small, big, small, big, small rhythm. Okay. Get me out of here. My husband's upstairs.
Get me out of here. My husband's upstairs.
Okay. And then what is the final phrase?
We killed Howard Carson.
Okay. And what do you
Carson.
think? What are the important words in that phrase?
We killed and Howard Carson.
Okay. I always forget with names. Howard Carson. Howard. So I guess it's the first name that we want to emphasize. Howard Carson. Howard Carson. Yeah, it's the first name that we want to emphasize. So we'll emphasize killed and Howard. Killed and
Okay.
Howard. How does that sound?
We killed Howard Carson.
We killed Howard Carson.
We killed Howard Carson.
Get me out of here. My husband's upstairs. We killed Howard Carson.
Get me out of here. My husband's upstairs. We killed Howard Carson.
Okay. Now in the next bubble, what does it say?
Search the houseman. The houseman. Search the houseman.
The house or the house?
The house.
Okay. And then what are the important words?
Search and house.
Okay. So if those are important words, how does the phrase sound?
Search the houseman.
Search the house, men. Maybe men also is important.
Search the houseman.
Search the house, man.
Search the house, man.
Maybe just search. Search the house. Oh, I guess it's both of them. Search the house. Yeah, I guess it's both. I'm just not saying it well. All right. Mr. Pachu, what does it
Yes, sir.
say in the yellow box?
Okay, so thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house, nor was there a trace of Danny or the demons.
Okay. So we have what is a thorough search? What does that mean if it's a thorough search?
Is uh, completely or fully in a broad search.
Okay. Can you say that word again? Thorough. That's a hard word for people to say, I think, sometimes.
A tho- thorough search.
Okay, but now if you listen to think about the vowel sounds and think about the duration of time it takes to say them. Thorough. Is that big or small at the end?
Thorough. Oh yeah, it's a
Thorough.
big.
Thorough. It's very big. It's a very long sound. If you say thorough, that would be hard to understand because it has to be thorough.
I I usually pronounce it as a thorough. Thorough.
The what? Thorough. Where's the accent? Which syllable has the accent? Thorough.
Thorough. Raw.
Where's the accent?
Raw.
Thorough. Yeah. Thorough.
Thorough.
Thorough. Thorough.
Thorough.
No, it's you know what? It's the first one. Thorough. Thorough.
Thorough. Yes.
Thorough.
Okay.
But it's still the sound at the end is long. It has to be long. Even if the accent is in the front syllable, that second syllable is also very long. Thorough. Can you say it?
Yes. Thorough.
Thorough.
Thorough. Thorough.
Thorough. Again?
Thorough. Thorough.
Thorough. Thorough. Okay. Now
Thorough.
the first four words, what are they?
Thorough search disclosed
Nothing.
nothing.
Hmm. What does that mean? What does that word disclose mean?
Is open or displayed.
Yeah, or show or say or something.
So
Yeah,
yes.
show.
So
So we did a very good search, but it didn't show anything. It didn't bring us anything. Is that pretty clear?
yes.
What are the
Yes.
important words in that phrase? Thorough search disclosed nothing. What are the important words?
As thorough and nothing, and also
Okay.
disclosed maybe.
Why don't we go? Let's start with thorough and search. Okay. If we have thorough and search, how will you put those together? Which word is more important?
Is it thorough?
Okay. So how will the two words thorough and search sound together?
Thorough search. Thorough
Thorough,
search.
thorough search, thorough search,
Thorough
thorough search. Can you?
thorough search.
Mm,
Thorough search. Thorough search.
okay. And and now with disclosed and nothing, are they both important or just one of them important? What do you think?
Yeah, either nothing.
Okay. Thorough search disclose. I think disclose. I think we could emphasize disclose also. Disclose. Where's the
Yeah.
where's the big sound in that word? Disclose.
Yeah, disclosed.
Mm-hmm. Where's
Closed. Close.
closed?
Disclosed.
A thorough search disclosed.
A thorough search disclosed.
Okay, and then nothing. Nothing. Where's the sound in that phrase? Not in that word. Nothing.
The first.
Okay.
Nothing in the first.
Okay. So let's try to do the whole pattern. Big, small, big, small, big, small. A thorough search disclosed nothing.
A thorough search disclosed nothing.
And then we have a phrase, out of order. Out of order.
Yeah.
Out of order.
No, out of order. Out of order.
Which words do you think should get the attention?
As a out and order.
Okay. So how does that sound? To emphasize those words or those sounds, how does it sound in a phrase?
Out of order.
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 A thorough search disclosed nothing out of order.
Thorough search disclosed nothing out of order.
Okay, and now in the next phrase, in the entire house, which words are important?
It's entire.
Okay, entire. Where's the sound in that word? Entire.
Tire.
Tire. So how will you say in the plus entire? How does that sound?
In the entire.
Mm-hmm.
In the entire.
In the entire. In the entire.
In the tire. In the tire.
A thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house.
Thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house.
I think also house is an important word. I think we have to emphasize that word, house. I think that should be a big word also.
Yes, okay.
Try again the whole phrase.
Okay. Thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house.
Okay, that was good. Let's read the next 1, 2, 3, 4 words.
Nor was there. No. Yes.
And in that phrase, nor was there a. What is the important word?
Is nor.
Okay, so how does that sound? If you were going to say that like one big word, no, nor was there a. How would it sound?
No. No was there. No was
That's
there.
right. Nor was there a. Nor was there a.
No was there.
No.
There. No was there.
Okay, when I say, I'm going to say the word nor very slowly, and I want you to think about all of the vowel sounds in the middle of that word. Nor. How many sounds do you hear? How many vowel sounds? Nor.
Is it 3?
3, that's right. Can you say it like that? Nor.
Nor.
Nor was there a.
No was there.
Don't forget the Nor was
Oh,
there a.
sorry. No was there. There.
A thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house, nor was there a.
Thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house, nor was there
Okay. Trace of Danny. A trace of Danny or the demon. That's our last part of this phrase. A trace of Danny or the demon. What are the important words of the phrase? A trace of Danny or the demon.
trace, Danny, and denim.
Okay. So let's say, how would you say a trace of? How would that sound? If trace is important, how would a trace of sound?
Okay, so a trace of
A trace, but make
trace
make
of
make the a bigger. A trace of.
a trace of.
Okay, that's your favorite sound. Great. Trace.
Okay, a trace of a
Trace.
trace of.
Trace. Trace.
Yes, trace of.
Nor was there a trace of.
Nor was there a trace of.
Nor was there a trace of Danny.
Nor was there a trace of Danny.
Nor was there a trace of Danny or the.
Nor was there a trace of Danny.
Nor was there a trace of Danny or the demon.
Nor was there a trace of Danny or the demon.
Okay, Denny or Danny.
It's a Danny,
Dan,
Danny,
Danny or the. Danny or the.
Danny or the
Dan
Danny or the
demon.
Danny or the demon.
A thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house, nor was there a trace of Danny or the demon.
Thorough search disclosed nothing out of order in the entire house, nor was there a trace of Danny or the demon.
Okay, and then what does the first bubble say?
Uh, All in order on this floor, Sergeant.
What does that mean? All in order.
Yeah, it means a correct way, a correct
Everything is
structure,
everything is okay. Okay.
organized.
Oh, and what
Yeah,
are the important words in that phrase? All in order. What do you think are the most important words?
it's order and all.
Okay, so how should that sound if all in order are the important words?
All in order.
All in order. So also you emphasize the word order. All in order.
All in order.
And then on the next phrase, on this floor, Sergeant, what are the important words?
Is floor. This, I think, insurgent.
So this and Sergeant?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I think
So how
this.
does that sound? How will you read that? If those are the important words, how should you read it?
On this floor, sergeant.
On this floor, Sergeant.
On this floor, sergeant.
All in order on this floor, Sergeant.
All in order on this floor, sergeant.
Okay. And in the next bubble, what does it say?
Okay. All okay. Down here
Okay. And what are the important words in that phrase, do you think?
is all down and here.
Okay. So if those are your important words, how should you read that?
All okay down here.
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 All right. Mr. Mohammed, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next bubble say?
But I tell you, officer, my husband is in that house.
Okay. So in the first one, but I tell you, which words do you think we should focus on in that phrase? But I tell you.
But until
I think you're right. So how would that sound? if those are your focus
But I
words.
tell you,
But I
but
tell
I
you.
tell,
Hmm?
But I tell you.
but I tell you,
Mm-hmm. And then we have officer. Maybe we should add the word officer to that phrase. But I tell you, is officer important, do you think?
yes.
Okay. So how will all of those words sound together?
But I tell you, officer.
But I tell you, officer.
But I tell you, officer.
Uh-huh. But I tell you, officer, my husband is in that house. Which words do you think are important there?
Husband and house.
Okay, so how would that phrase sound?
But I tell you, officer, my husband in that house.
Okay, so husband is important, right? How would you say
Yes,
husband is in? Say those three words together. Husband is in.
husband is in.
Husband is in.
Husband is in.
My husband is in that house.
My husband is in that
What did you
house.
say the other? I forgot. What did you say the other important word was?
A house and husband.
Okay. So my husband is in that. I think that. I think the word that should be the word that we focus on. That house.
My husband is in that house.
But I tell you, officer, my husband is in that house.
But I tell you, officer, my husband is in that house.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next bubble. Can you read it? What does it say?
Let's get down to headquarters, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think this little girl has a lot to tell us.
Okay. Now, we use the word up and down all the time for directions. It doesn't literally mean up or down. It just means like going straight ahead or uh, how do you explain that? Let's get down to headquarters. That just means let's go to headquarters. It's like saying to, but you could use up or down.
Yes,
Like you could say let's go up to headquarters. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It's just something we do.
yes.
So in that phrase, let's get down to headquarters. What do you suppose are the important words?
Mm. Let's and down and headquarters.
Okay, let's get down to. Okay, so how does that sound? If those are the important words, how will that phrase sound?
Let's get down to headquarters.
Let's get down to headquarters.
Let's get down. Let's get down to headquarters.
Let's get down to headquarters, man.
Let's get down to headquarters, man.
Okay. Uh, let's read the next one, two, three, four, five words.
I think this little girl.
Okay. I think this little girl. What do you think are the important words in that phrase? Which words should we emphasize?
Think and little.
Okay. If those are your important words, then how will the phrase sound?
I think this little girl.
I think this little girl.
I think this little girl
And what is the final part of this phrase?
has a lot to tell us.
Okay. And what do you suppose are the important words in that phrase?
Lot and tell.
Okay. Uh, so I think this little girl has a lot to tell us. Okay, can you read it? Read it, emphasizing those words.
I think this little girl has a lot to tell us.
Okay, so let's get down to headquarters, man. I think this little girl has a lot to tell us.
Let's get down to headquarters, man. I think this little girl has a lot to tell us.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Let's move on to the next bubble here. Oh, we've got to change our page. We've got to end this pretty soon. I'm just looking for one more vocabulary word that we can practice because I've only got two. I wanted to do three, so hopefully we'll find another vocabulary word in this bubble. Mr. Pachu, are you there?
Yes, yes, sir.
Can you read in the yellow box? What does it say?
After the police leave Tennessee, Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
and Danny returned to the library from the half world.
Okay. So now is it police or police?
Okay, so police
Police. That's a big sound. You have to use a big sound there. Can you read that again?
is a,
The first up to leave. Just read up to the word leave.
after the police leave
Okay, is it leave or leave?
is a leave.
Leave. Okay. After the police
Leave.
leave,
After the police leave,
police. It's a big sound at the end of police.
okay. After the police leave,
Okay. And what are the important words in that phrase?
uh, police and leave
Okay. So,
after maybe
okay. So if after and police leave are important, then how should the phrase sound?
after the police leave
After the
is a police.
leave,
Okay. After the police leave,
okay. Let's read up to the word the. So return to the. The tennis shad.
okay. Tennessee and Danny return to the
What are the important words in that phrase?
oh, le- tennis and Danny maybe,
Okay.
but their names, so we can emphasize.
All right. What else? Anything
Yeah,
else?
yeah. And if you want to emphasize on return also, if it is needed, I don't think
I think.
we can.
Go ahead. What?
We only emphasize, oh, if we choose many words to emphasize, then it's sometimes confuse.
Well, it could be confusing, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay to emphasize the word return here. I think it's a good idea to emphasize that word. So it would we're in that word return. Where's all of the sound?
Just
Return,
a turn,
turn. Okay. So how would you say return plus to plus the? How would that sound?
uh, return, return to the,
Yeah,
return to
to
the,
the, return to the, return to the.
return to the.
So we have Tenishad and Danny return to the.
Tennessee and Danny return to the.
After the police leave, Tenishad and Danny return to the.
After the police leave, Tennessee and Danny return to the.
Okay. And then we have library from the half world. Can you read that? The end of that phrase?
Uh, library from the half world.
Okay. And what are the important words in that phrase? Library from the half world.
Yes, sound and strange to the library from the half world.
So, what are the important words? Can you tell me?
The library
Library.
and the half world
Okay. And half.
and the half.
And half.
Yes,
Library and half. Okay. So, in that word library, where's all the sound? Library.
Lib.
Okay. So how would that sound? Library plus from plus the. How does that sound in the phrase?
Library from the
Library from the.
library from the
Return to the library from the.
return to the library from the
Library from the.
library from the
Return to the library from the half world.
return to the library from the half world.
After the police leave, Tanishad and Danny return to the library from the half world.
After the police leave, Tennyson and Danny return to the library from the half world.
Okay. Now, Pachu, can you read the first bubble? What does it say?
Ah, ah, is this correct? What
I don't know. I
police?
guess. I guess that would be okay.
Ah, what a place. Yeah, what demons.
Yeah, so he's in the half world with all the demons. Okay. So in that first phrase, what a place. What do you think would be the important words?
So it's a place and what also?
Okay. So how will that sound if those are the two important words? How does it sound?
Ah, what a place.
Okay, but so
What a
remember,
place.
what is a big word? What a place. What a place. You've got to make it longer and bigger. What a place.
What a place.
What a
What a
place.
place.
How about in the next phrase? What are the important words?
Is a what is a what and demons.
Okay, so how does it sound if both of those words are important? How does it sound?
Is what demons.
What demons?
So what demons.
What a place. What demons?
What a what a place. What a demons.
Hmm. Now let's read the final bubble in this. What does it say?
Why, Danny? How can you talk like that about my home?
Do you know sometimes people use the word why and it's like it means surprise. It's a way of acting surprised. So this is not asking a question why. This is being surprised like I can't believe you're doing that. Why? Danny, how can you talk about my home like that? So this is not asking a question. This is like a way of uh of expressing surprise.
Yes. So why, Danny? How can you talk like that about my house?
Yeah.
Sorry, my home.
Yeah, so his feelings are hurt. So because Danny says, "Oh my God, what a
Yes.
place!
Yeah.
What demons!" And the demons' feelings are hurt. And he says, "Why, Danny? How can you talk about my home like that?"
Yeah.
So, is "why" an important word?
Yes.
How about Danny? Is that important?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we are calling Danny.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how will you read that? How does it sound?
It's a, why, Danny?
Why, Danny?
Why, Danny?
Hmm. Now, the next phrase, how can you talk like that? What are the important words?
It's a how.
How? What
It's a
else?
talk.
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 Anything
Yeah.
else? How can you talk like that?
Yeah. It's two.
I think also that. I think also the word that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. If you take this, yes.
So how would that sound if you say
Yeah.
how plus can plus you? How would that sound?
It's how can you talk like
Yeah.
that?
How can you talk like that?
How can you talk like
Yeah.
that?
Why, Danny? how can you talk like that?
Why, Danny? How can you talk like that
About my home.
about my home?
Okay. Can you just read it one more time? Why, Danny, how can you talk like that about my home?
Why, Danny? How can you talk like that about my home?
Okay. All right. Let's go back to Muhammad. This would be our last frame, and then we'll practice some words that I've chosen. Okay. So we'll just do this one more
Okay.
frame, and then we'll practice some interesting vocabulary words that we picked up. All right.
Okay.
Muhammad, can you read the well, read the whole bubble one time?
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me. How about cutting the cards for high man? If I win, I go free. If I lose, I am your slave forever.
Okay. Oh, this is a weird bubble. Okay. Let's start with the first phrase. At least Helen is safe. What do you think are the most important words in that phrase?
Helen and safe. At least Helen is safe.
Okay, but I think that phrase, at least, I think that's an important phrase. I think that's something that we should focus on. Which word do you think in that phrase gets all of the attention? At or least?
At least. Least.
Okay, so we'll make that really long. At least.
At least Helen is safe.
Can you make least longer? At least.
At least
Hmm. And then, I'm sorry, which words did you say you wanted to focus on? I don't remember.
Helen and safe.
Okay, Helen. Which syllable has all of the attention? Helen.
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 First.
First one. So at least Helen.
At least Helen.
At least Helen is.
At least Helen is
Okay, and then safe. Make that extra long. Safe.
safe.
At least Helen is
Safe.
safe.
At least Helen is safe.
Okay. And then we have in the hands of the police. In the hands of the police. Which words do you think we should emphasize in that phrase?
Hands and police.
Okay. So how would you say in the hands of the? If hands is the important word, how will all of that sound together?
In the hands of the police.
Let's just forget about police for a minute. Let's just do in the hands of the. In the hands of the.
In the hands of the.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the
And then we have the word police. Which syllable has all of the attention in that word? Police.
police.
Lease. So at least Helen is safe in the hands of the police.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police.
Okay. Say it one more time.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police.
Okay. Now let's take a look at the next phrase. There must be some way out. What do you suppose are the important words in that phrase?
Must and way out.
Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to get ChatGPT because I'm getting ready for us to practice some vocabulary, so I'm trying to uh, get this done before we start. Let me. So there must be some way out. What did you say were the important words again?
Must and way out.
Okay. So how would you say there plus must plus be? How would that sound?
There must be.
There must be. Make must bigger. There must be. Make the other words smaller. There must be.
There, there must be.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, can you repeat what were the other important words?
Way out.
Way out. There must be some way out. Some way out. I think some.
There must.
There must be some way out. I think the word some is what we want to focus on. What
Okay.
what does that word some do here? I mean, how does what does that do to the meaning or the idea?
Quantifying.
What?
Like some is a little, or
But in this,
it's-
but you're right. It does mean a little.
or not enough.
That could be that, but in not in this phrase. It just means what does it mean in this phrase? Some way out. I don't think it means a little here. Most of the time, it does mean that, but what does it mean here?
The
Kind of means like I don't care how. It doesn't matter how. There's got to be there's um, maybe it's a door, maybe it's a window, maybe it's a hole in the ground. I don't care what it is. D- Does that make sense? Is that what you understood from that?
Yes, but he can say a way out without some. So it's an extra word, so I didn't emphasize it for that reason.
Yeah, but it's actually the reverse. You're right. You could say there must be a way out, and then way would probably be the word that you emphasize. But because you add the word some, that means I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a door. I don't care if it's a window. I don't care if it's a hole in the ground. That's like an important word. That means I don't care. Just anyway. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So that actually changes the idea in a very important way. So that's a word that you probably would emphasize. You can emphasize whatever you want, but probably it should be the word some. There must be some way out.
there must be some way out.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out.
Okay. Although we have for me, we have to finish with for me. There must be some way out for me. Then, so which word do you think we should emphasize in that phrase for me?
For me.
Okay, so how would that sound?
There must be some way out for me.
There must be some way out for me.
There must be some way out for me.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me.
Okay. Uh, Now, this next phrase, I don't really understand. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about. I can guess, but can you read it? What does it say?
Cutting the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Is this an idiom?
Well, actually, let me show you what cutting cards is.
Yes, I remembered it.
Cutting, let's see if we can find a picture here. Cutting cards is sort of like what's happening in this picture here. Let's, well, see the man is cutting cards. It's when you mix the cards. But then the rabbit is really cutting the cards with a knife or something.
Yes, this literal meaning, but does it has an abstract meaning?
Well, I think what he's saying is, well, let's go back to the words because I don't really understand this, to be honest with you. But I think what he's saying is, okay, uh, let's get some cards And then if I take a high card like a king or an ace or a queen, then I can go.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's what he's saying. I don't really understand it, but I think so.
Okay.
So let's pretend that's what it is. Uh, so this is a suggestion. How about cutting the cards? In that phrase, how about cutting the cards? What are the important words, do you think?
Adding on the cards.
But what does that phrase, how about, what does that mean?
How about means? It means like a suggestion.
Yeah, so actually I think that's an important thing to emphasize because it's a signal that you're making a suggestion. How about, that's how it would sound if people were making a suggestion. Which word am I emphasizing? How about,
How about?
which word is getting the emphasis? How about,
How about? Yes.
I think it's how. How about,
How about?
how
Yes.
about, how about, say it again.
How about
And then which words did you say you felt were important?
cutting and the cards?
Okay. In that word cutting, where's the power? Where's all of the sound?
The middle, cutting.
Where is it?
The middle voice,
Well,
cutting.
there are only two syllables, cut and ing. Is it the first syllable or the second syllable? Cutting.
First syllable.
It's the first syllable. Okay. How about cutting the cards?
How about cutting the cards?
And then I see this other part, this for high man. I don't know what that means, but I think it just means I'll take, if I get a high card, I can go. You let me go. But which words do you think might be important?
I, I man. So
Okay.
high is important.
Yeah, I think so. For high man. For high man.
For high man.
How about cutting the cards for high man?
How about cutting the cards for high man?
Okay, let's try from the beginning. At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me. How about cutting the cards for high man?
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me. How about cutting the cards for high man?
Feel like you're not giving enough emphasis to the important sounds and the important words. Can you try to read that again? But try to remember that certain words are more important than other words.
Okay. At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me. How about cutting the cards for high man?
Okay. Now, the next phrase, if I win, I go free. What do you suppose are the important words?
When and free.
Okay, so how will that sound?
If I win, I go free.
Okay, but can you try to emphasize the important words a little bit more? If I win, I go free.
If I win, I go free.
Okay. If I lose, I'm your slave forever. In that phrase, what are the important words?
Lose and slave forever.
Okay. So let's read that first part. If I lose,
If I lose,
I'm your slave.
I'm your slave.
If I lose, I'm your slave.
If I lose, I'm your slave.
And in that final word, forever, where's all the power? Forever. Where's all the sound?
Ever.
Okay. Uh, just one syllable. Just pick one syllable.
Ever. Second
Eh.
syllable.
Yeah, right. Forever. Forever.
Forever.
If I lose, I'm your slave forever.
If I lose, I'm your slave forever.
If I win, I go free. If I lose, I'm your slave forever.
If I win, I go free. If I lose, I'm your slave forever.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the police. There must be some way out for me. How about cutting the cards for high, man? If I win, I go free. If I lose, I'm your slave forever.
At least Helen is safe in the hands of the of the police. There must be some way out for me. How about cutting the cards for high man? If I win, I go free. If I lose, I'm your slave forever.
Okay, and then what does the demon say?
Sounds like fun, Danny.
Okay, and what are the important words in that phrase?
Sounds and Danny. Sounds and fun and Danny.
I think sounds, fun, and Danny, I think.
Yes.
So how does you say all those words together, but make sure that you emphasize the important words.
Sounds like fun, Danny.
Sounds like fun, Danny.
Sounds like fun, Danny.
Okay. All right. So that's now what I've done is I've picked 3 words from this excerpt that we can practice. So let's go over to this document here. Let's see. Pachu, are you still there?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes.
All right. So we've got 3 things to practice here. We've got the word mob, which is a large and disorderly group of people acting
Yeah.
violently or chaotically. And then we've got disclose, and we're using surprise or we're using the word why, but not as a question, but as a surprise, as an expression of surprise. Pachu,
Yes.
can you read the first sentence, number 1? What does it say? I'll try to make that bigger. Do you see it?
Okay. The police struggle to control the mob during the protest.
Okay. Now, if we just take the first part, the police struggled to control. The police struggled to control. What are the important words?
The police
Okay.
control struggle also.
Okay, so police struggle and control.
Yes.
All right. Now, in the word police, where is all of the emphasis? Which syllable has all of the sound?
Police.
Lease.
Police.
Lease. The police.
Police. The police
Okay, and now when we get to struggled, where's all the sound in that word?
struggled.
Struggled. Struggled.
Gold. Struggle.
That would be struggled.
Uh,
Struggled. Is it struggled or struggled?
so the first is a
Yes,
struggled.
it's the first one, not the second one. It's not struggled, it's
Yeah.
struggled. That's a very, very
Struggled.
important thing to
Struggled.
identify the accent of a word. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And so let's also get to control. Control. Where's
Yeah.
the
It's a
sound? Control. Control.
uh, con
That
control.
would be control. Control. Is it control or control?
Is a troll.
Troll. It's the
Control.
second syllable. Control. That's really super important to identify that. Okay. So
Okay.
how does it? How will that sound? Can you read it, emphasizing these sounds and not emphasizing the other sounds?
The police struggle to control.
That's right. The police struggled to control.
The police struggle to control.
Mohammed, can you say that? The police struggled to control.
The police struggle to control.
Okay. What are the next? Read the final part of the phrase, Mohammed. What does it say?
The mob during the
The
protest.
mob during the protest. Which words would you focus on in that phrase?
Mob and protest.
Okay, mob. So we'll make that a big word. And protest. Where's all the sound in that word? Protest. Protest. Which syllable?
Second one. Protest.
Which one?
Protest. Second.
That would be protest. Protest.
Okay.
So
Okay.
which one is it? Is it
Protest first.
protest or protest?
Protest.
Protest. This is the first one. It's the first syllable.
Yes.
That's a really, really super important thing to be able to identify. Because if you get the wrong accent, it will be almost impossible to understand the word.
Yes, it will be a verb.
That's true. It does. It will. No, actually, protest. Yeah, it would be a verb. You're right. Mhm. Okay. The police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
The police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
Pachu, can you say that during the protest?
And during the protest,
Control the mob during the protest.
control the mob during the
The
protest.
police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
The police struggle to control the mob during the protest.
Okay, so now we'll add a little bit of music. Pachu, is
Yeah.
everybody in your home sick today? Does everybody have a cold? Sounds like everybody is sick.
Yes, we are suffering from cold because our whole family uh, is sick. So
Uh-huh.
I am not disturbing them. I'm also sick
Oh no.
due to the cold,
How
and
long
so
how
yeah,
long have you been sick? Is it just now?
yeah.
Or
No, from yesterday.
oh,
From yesterday, and my two sons have also got cold. Younger is more severe than others,
oh no.
but but he is taking my mobile and just seeing, and he is still fever,
Mm-hmm.
so he's not going to school.
Oh,
He yeah.
that's a bad way to start the new year.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, no problem.
let's add a little bit of music. Okay, so we'll
Yeah,
make all of these special sounds high tones, but then when we get to the final part of the sentence, we'll make it lower because that's how phrases usually end. So the police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
the police struggle to control the mob during the protest.
Mohammed, can you try to do it with a little bit of music? The police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
The police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
Okay. Uh, Mohammed, can you make a when police struggle question? When police struggle control mob.
When did the police struggle to control the mob?
Again.
When did the police struggle when did the police struggle to control the mob?
Okay. And what is your most important word in your question?
When and police
Okay.
struggled.
All right. How will it sound if you say when plus did plus the?
When did the
When did the? When did the? When did the?
when did the
When did the police struggle to control the mob?
when did the police struggle to control the mob?
Pachu, can you say that? When did the police struggle to control the mob?
When did the police struggle to control the mob?
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what is the answer, Pachu?
The police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
Police. Police.
Okay. Police
Police struggled
struggled
to
to
control the mob during the protest.
the police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
Mohammed, when did the police struggle to control the mob?
The police struggled to control the mob during the protest.
All right. Okay, let's go to our next word, which is the verb to disclose. Have you seen that word before, Mohammed? Disclose?
I see the word disclosure.
What does that mean when you hear the word disclosure? What does that mean usually?
Disclosure like a promise.
Disclosure means like to show, to reveal, to make something known, to tell people. It's like tell.
Okay.
Do you remember where you've seen the word disclosure before?
Like in news.
Could be. And it kind of means to tell, to admit or to tell or to let people know, something like that. Can you read number 2? What does number 2 say, Mohammed?
She refused to disclose the details of the
What
meeting.
does that mean? What do you understand that sentence to mean?
Like the meeting is private, so and or like a meeting of a president is very sensitive, so information can't go out, so you must disclose the details.
You cannot disclose the detail,
You cannot disclose the
or you
details.
shouldn't anyway. Okay,
Yes.
in the first 4 words, can you read the first 4 words? What are the first 4 words?
She refused to disclose.
And what are the important words in that phrase?
Refused and disclose.
Okay, refused. Where's all the sound in that word? Refused.
Refused.
Mm-hmm.
Used.
You fused, fused, fused.
Refused,
Okay,
yes.
how about in disclose? Disclose. Where's the sound?
In the second.
Okay. So how should you read those 4 words together? How will they sound if you read them all at once?
She refused to disclose.
She refused to disclose.
She refused to disclose.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Pachu, can you try to say that? She refused to disclose.
She refused to disclose
Uh-huh. What are the next 4 words, Pachu?
the details of the meeting.
And okay, what are the important words in that phrase?
Details meeting.
Okay, if we say details, which sound do you think has all of the power? Which syllable? Details.
Is the first
Some it's
details.
this is a weird word. Sometimes it could be the first, and sometimes it could be the second. Detail.
Yes, but
Uh-huh.
I usually go on second. My mind picks second syllable always.
Always. But
Details.
you know that would be sometimes that could be okay. Some people will say details. Details.
Details.
So, but
Actually,
I
it's
think it sounds better if
details.
you do the first syllable. Details.
Yes,
Details.
details.
Mhm.
Yes, details.
And it also, so, and the word meeting is also important. Where's all the
Yes,
sound in that word? Meeting. Meeting.
as a first is
Okay.
a meeting.
Meeting. Meeting. Meeting. Okay.
Meeting.
So, the details of the meeting.
Details of the
She
meeting.
refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
She refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
Mohammed, can you say details of the meeting?
Details of the meeting.
She refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
She refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
The details or the details?
The details.
Try again.
She refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
Okay. Now, Pachu, can you make a what she refused to disclose question?
Why did she refuse to disclose?
Okay, what is the most important word in your question?
What is what?
Okay.
What?
How would you say what plus did plus she?
What did she?
What did she? What did she? What did she?
What? What did she?
What did
What did she?
refuse to disclose?
Why did she refuse to disclose?
Mohammed, can you say that? What did she refuse to disclose?
What did she refuse to disclose?
What did she? What did she? Can you say that? What did she?
What did she?
What did she refuse to disclose?
What did she refuse to disclose?
Okay, and what is the answer, Mohammed?
She refused to disclose the details of the
She
meeting.
refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
She refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
Okay. Pachu, what did she refuse to disclose?
She refused to disclose the details of the
She
meeting.
refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
She refused to disclose the details of the meeting.
Okay, and our final thing to practice is using why, not asking a question, but as an expression of surprise. Like, I can't believe it.
Yes.
You can start a sentence with the word why, and it means I can't believe it. I don't believe it. Pachu, can you
Yes, but
go ahead? What?
yes.
But what?
Yeah, just I have a query. Like when people speak and say like something and do I or can't you or something they put last at the end of the sentence. So what does that mean? Why the people use that kind of language?
Oh, can you give me an example? I'm not sure what you're asking.
For example, I don't expect to see you. Do you? Or do I?
Oh,
Or s-
you're asking about
Yeah,
tag.
they
You're
put
asking about tag questions, and
yeah tag question. The people usually use that.
that's like that's a way of asking someone, "Do you agree with me?" So, like for example, if it's cold outside, okay, my opinion is it's cold. So if I'm talking
Yeah.
to you, I'll say, "Pachu, it's cold, isn't it?" And that means, "Do you agree with me? Do you agree with my idea?"
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
But that's a
Got
whole
it.
different subject. It's a completely different thing,
Yeah. Got it.
complicated
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
thing. Uh, but putting the word "why" in front of an observation or an expression or a sentence, it's like I can't believe it. So,
Yeah. I can believe.
Pachu, can you read number 3? What does it say?
Why I didn't expect to see you here.
Yeah, so that means, wow, I can't believe it. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm surprised. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes.
Say it again. But remember that why is
Surprise.
a very important word here because it means, oh, I'm surprised. I don't believe it. So you have to say it with a lot of power.
Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Have you seen that before, Mohammed? Using why, meaning I can't believe it.
Well, I see. Oh my God, the most.
You could do that too. That sounds very strong. Oh my god. I didn't expect to see you here. That sounds very, very strong. And this is a lot softer. Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Why? I didn't expect you to see you
Yeah,
here.
so it's a little bit softer to use why as an expression of surprise. Why? I didn't expect to see you here. Okay.
Why?
Go,
Okay.
go ahead. Say it again.
Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Okay, this is a pretty short phrase. Uh, let's see. I didn't expect to see you here. What are the important words, Mohammed?
Why and expect and here.
Okay, so we'll say why and so we have the word expect. Where's all the sound in that word? Expect. Which syllable?
Expect.
Which syllable has all the
Uh,
sound? Expect.
that. Second
The
syllable.
second syllable. Okay. Spect. Spect.
Expect.
Spect. Okay. What else is important?
Here.
Okay. So how will that sound? If these are the important words, how will the phrase sound?
Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Why? I didn't expect to see you here. I think I have to disagree with you. I don't think that it's going to be here. I think it should be you.
Okay.
To see you here. I didn't expect to see you here.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Maybe both. I think we could do both actually. Let's do that. Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Hachu, can you try that? Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Okay. Uh, let's add a little bit of music. So we make all of our sounds high tones. All of our important sounds will be in high tones. Uh, then when we get to the end, we'll make that low because most phrases will end low. So that would be, why? I didn't expect to see you here. Can you try?
Why? I didn't. Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
uh, can you try that, Muhammad? Add a little music to the phrase. Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Why? Why? I didn't expect to see you here.
Okay, Muhammad, can you make a who you expect see question? How would you do that? Who you expect see?
Who you didn't expect to see
How will you make a
here.
question? Who you expect? So you didn't expect me. Who? Uh, how will you make a who you expect question? Who you expect see? How would you do that?
Who did you expect to see?
Yeah, who did you expect to see? And what is your most important word in that question?
Who and see.
Okay. Uh, how would you say who plus did plus you?
How did you?
Who, not how. Who?
Who did you?
Who did you? Who did you?
Who did you?
Who did you expect to see?
Who did you expect to see?
Can you try that, Pachu? Who did you expect to see?
Who did you expect to see?
Mm-hmm. All right. And then I guess you could answer, I didn't expect to see you here. It emphasizes the word you very much. Can you do that, Pachu?
I didn't expect to. Sorry, I did not expect to see you here.
Yeah. Can you try that, Mohammed? I didn't expect to see you here.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Okay. So we are done with the comic book part of the video. And now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a picture and try to make a little story. But this means that we can change the volunteers again if we have other volunteers. Is there anybody who wants to take the place of Pachu or Mohammed? Let me know now, or we will just keep Pachu and Mohammed if they want to stay, if they feel like staying.
Yeah, I can if there's
Ellen,
a
you
grace.
would
Yeah,
like to join? So, Pachu,
yeah, if there's a
do you have to go pretty soon because of work, or because it's morning time for you? Is it?
Where I will stay for 1 hour. Maybe.
Oh, okay. So
Okay, I will mute myself.
okay, so Muhammad's stepping down. All right. Okay, so then, so now
So
it's go.
can I say?
What?
Yeah. So we can practice all three. I don't think.
Yeah, it's just harder though because it takes a long time. The problem is if you get to each person, it takes a long time. Well, we can try it. Let's see. Let's see, because this is different. We're doing story time now. So what I'm telling ChatGPT
Yes.
right now,
Yeah.
uh,
Yes. Yes.
a picture that can be an inspiration for a story. Uh, let's see. Let's see what kind of picture it gives. Probably something crazy. Okay, this. I think this will work. Let me get a screen of this. Okay, so now I know that Pachu, you want to practice describing the picture, the scene, right? So what?
Yes. Yes. Because,
Uh-huh.
and also, and I also saw your one video, and I very inspired, or just because you done 1 hour silent film Charlie
Oh
Chaplin,
yeah,
and that made me very enthusiastic, and see any movies scene and describe it, just what
mm.
your minds think,
Too bad I got.
and that story. And no such video have seen on YouTube. I saw a lot of videos on YouTube, but no one has done this type of video at.
That's good. I like to hear
So
that I'm doing
it's really
things.
yes, it's quite different.
So Pachu, can you tell us what's happening in this picture?
So eh, I see a man with a black hat and carry his um, suitcase
Okay,
in his
when
hands.
you're describing a picture, you usually will use present progressive. So if you want to talk about carry suitcase, how will you say that in present progressive?
Uh, the man is carrying his suitcase in his hand.
Let's say it again.
The man is carrying his suitcase in his hand.
Okay. So the man is carrying the suitcase in his hand. All right. What else do you see?
Yes, and I see, and on opposite direction, a train is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, a train is coming with a mm, uh, l- with the light.
Okay, so the lights are on.
Lights are on.
Okay, any
Lights are on, and a train is coming, and with lights are
okay,
on.
go ahead.
And and also see in the left side there is a old house. Uh,
That's the train
uh,
station.
uh,
That's the train station.
okay, so the sitting is in the train station, and and this is the counter, or this is the living house.
It's what?
This house is living, or is the counter house,
No,
means
nobody lives.
where the
That's
tickets are.
that's where you buy the tickets, and if the weather is bad,
Yeah.
you can sit inside and wait for the train. So if it's raining or snowing, you can be warm and
Okay.
sit and wait there for the train. I grew up in a very, very small town, and that's exactly how the train station looked in my little town.
Yes.
So it's very
Because
typical.
in my country,
Mm.
there is no train,
Mhm.
and so it is not. Um, I'm not expert. I'm a little idea,
Mm.
just not broad.
So,
So,
oh, well,
uh,
because I know that India has a
so
lot. I know that Nepal and India are different countries, but India has a lot of. India is famous for trains, right?
yes, yes, India, yes,
Not Nepal. There are no trains in Nepal.
N- yes, no trains,
Hmm. Okay.
only buses.
How will you describe the weather? What is the weather like in this picture?
So there mm, is a dark, gloomy,
Mm-hmm.
and the high moisture in the atmosphere,
Moisture. Okay, but you
and
know
is
that's called fog. That's fog. It's foggy. It's foggy.
foggy.
Foggy. It's foggy.
It's
It's very
foggy.
foggy outside. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is foggy outside, and there are trees,
Okay.
trees,
Is
trees on either side of the leaks of the train.
on either side of the what?
Leaks,
What is that?
leak, train leaks.
What does that mean? Leak.
Train leak means train tracks.
Oh, the tracks. Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
yeah, you would call them tracks or rails. Either way, tracks or rails.
Okay.
So there are trees on
Oh,
either side of
train
the
rail.
rails or the tracks.
Yeah,
Okay.
the tree.
Is
Yes.
there anything else you want to say about the picture, or is that your description?
Yes, this is.
Okay. So now we'll go to Mr. Alex. Are you there, Mr. Alex?
Yes,
Oh,
I am here.
all right. So I asked ChatGPT, I said, give me the first line of our story. Okay. Can you read the first line of the story? And also, but while you're doing it, try to think what are the important words and try to give them special emphasis. Try to make the big, small pattern we've been.
Okay. Okay. As, as the fog is taken around the abandoned station, the sound of slow footsteps echoed on the wooden platform.
Okay. Now that word fog, what letter does that word end with?
At the fog, og,
What is that final?
og,
What is that final sound? Is
g,
is that a
the
sound that
fog,
you push out of your mouth, or is that a sound that you eat? The G.
fog, eat,
Okay, so what happens? What happens to the vowel sound if you have to eat the G? What does it do?
it, it be a long vowel,
Uh,
be a longer vowel
so
sound.
it's
As a
fog.
fog,
It's fog.
as,
It's a
as,
big long sound.
okay. as fog thickened, as fog thickened around the abandoned station,
Mm-hmm.
the sound of a slow footsteps echoed on the wooden platform.
Okay, now give us. So here we'll look at the picture again, and now you have to tell us what is the next line. You have to create your own sentence here. So give us the next line. As the fog
Okay,
thickened around the abandoned station, the sound of slow footsteps echoed on the wooden platform, and then what?
and then a man appears
Mm-hmm.
carrying a bag in his hand, is waiting for the train,
Okay. Now,
and
go ahead. And what?
the train will nearly pass by the man.
So the train didn't stop.
I don't know, maybe.
I, okay. Well, first of all, it's funny because when Pachi was describing the picture, he used present progressive because when you're looking at a picture and you're telling me what's happening in the picture, you use present progressive. But when you're telling a story, probably you would use simple past most of the time. It depends on what's happening in the story. But you wouldn't use the present or the present progressive if you're telling a story. You would probably mostly be using the simple past. Can you tell that again, but try to think about I have to use the simple past. What did you say? A man.
A man was standing by the what we call it,
The train station
the track.
by the track. So a
Yeah,
man. Well,
I-
okay, but use the simple past. Don't use past progressive. Uh, how would you say a man was standing in the simple past?
okay. A man stands
What
by the track.
what is the past of stand?
Stood.
Stood. Okay, so a man stood where?
A man stood by the track.
By the track. And then what happened?
He was waiting for the train,
Okay,
and the train comes or pass by.
because he was waiting for the train.
And
And then what?
the train appears.
Okay, what is the past of appear?
Appeared.
Appeared. Okay.
Hmm.
And then what? Is that it?
That's something I'm not good at. To describe something I'm not good at describing. No,
Was there something else you wanted to say?
no.
No, that's it? Okay. So here, uh, so I'm going to put what you wrote into Chat GPT, and then it will tell us the next line. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is what Chat GPT said. So I'm going to add this to our story, and then we'll take a look at it. Then we'll go to Mohammed. So Mohammed, you better start thinking about how you want the next line of the story to be. Wait, whoops, that's not right. Okay. All right, so we have its rusty wheels screeching to a halt. Do you know that word screeching, Alex? Have you seen that word before? Screeching?
This can this
That's what?
in the rusty wheels. The screeching mean make a noise.
It's a very high noise, like ee.
Hmm.
It's that noise. Have you seen that word before? Screeching. What does the word halt mean? Halt.
Halt. I saw that word before. Screeching to the halt.
Halt means stop.
Oh, stop.
Hmm.
Stop.
So screeching to a
Stop.
stop. Until it stopped.
A halt.
Halt means stop. All right. So it's rusty wheels screeching to a halt. Can you say that and pick out the important words? Try to use accentuation when you say that phrase.
It's rusty wheels scratching to a halt.
Now you have to be careful.
So rusty.
Scratching is this. Okay, this is scratching. Screeching is a sound.
Screeching. Yeah,
That's
sorry.
screeching.
Screeching. Yeah, screeching to a halt.
Screeching to a
Mhm.
halt. It's rusty wheels screeching to a halt. Say it like that.
It's rusty wheels screeching to a halt.
Okay, and then but when the doors opened, what are the important words?
When the door. When the doors. When.
Okay, but when the doors.
But when the door. Oh yeah. When the door opened,
Uh-huh. And what is the final part?
no one was inside.
No one was inside.
No one was inside. Yeah.
All right, Mohammed, what happens next in our story?
Okay, can I see the screen?
Let's see. You want to see the picture?
Yes.
Okay. You need some inspiration. Here's the picture. So the rusty wheels screeched to a stop, screeched to a halt. The doors opened and no one was inside. So what happens?
Halt is like a stop.
What?
Halt is like stop.
There's a.
Halt is the word.
Let's go back to the word halt means stop. It's another way to say stop. Halt. So if it says that the train screeched to a stop, to a halt, uh, have you ever been up near a train before, Mohammed?
Yes.
Yeah. And you know they can be very loud,
Yes.
right? Especially when they're stopping, they make that noise.
Yes.
That's screeching. That sound is screeching, screeching to a halt. It made that sound and then it stopped. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, it's rusty wheels screeching to a halt. But when the doors opened, no one was inside. What happens next? Can you tell us?
Can I see the
You want
picture?
to see the picture again? Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Just describing or make it like a
It's
story.
a story. So tell us, use your imagination and tell us what happens next.
Okay, this man is a detective
Okay.
who is waiting for the train
Uh-huh.
to arrive to New York so he can investigate in a public crime.
So wait, he's going to New York to investigate a crime?
Yes.
Okay. So what is his name? Detective Smith? Detective Jones?
Okay. Jones. Okay.
What is his name?
Jones.
Okay, so what does he do? Does he get on the train? How will you tell me?
Yes, he rides the train, get on the train.
Okay, so tell me. So Detective Jones, tell me a complete sentence in the past.
Detective John has waited until the train arrived.
Okay.
After that, he go into the train.
Okay, how would you say go into the train in the past? And there's a phrasal verb
Uh,
you have
g-
to use to talk about entering the train. What will you say?
Entering the train.
Yes, you
or
go.
get in.
Okay, in the past, how would you say? Actually, get in is for a car. But if you're talking about a bus or a train or an airplane, you say something different. What is it? Do you know?
Get
Get
on.
on. You're right. So get in is
Get
only for cars and helicopters. And everything else is uh, get in is only for cars and helicopters, and get on is for everything else. So Detective Jones, tell me in the past, what did he do?
was waiting for the train until it
Uh,
arrived. Then he got
he
on the
he
train.
got on the train. Detective Jones got on the train. Got on the train. And where is he going?
His destination is New York.
Okay, so he got on the train to New York. To New York. To investigate what? What is he investigating? What kind of crime?
Uh, like a public crime in this time.
Like what kind of public crime? Murder? What do you
Uh,
mean?
uh, maybe the death of Elvis Presley.
Okay, so to investigate the death of Elvis Presley. Okay, so let's read that sentence again. Wait, of Elvis Presley. Let's read the sentence that we just made, okay? But think about the important words. I don't want to tell you what the important words are. I just want you to try to figure it out for yourself. How will you get that
Okay.
big small rhythm?
Detective Jones got on the train to New York to investigate the death of Elvis Presley.
Okay. So, uh Detective Jones got on the train, got on the train to New York to investigate the death of Elvis Presley. Okay. Pachu, you're going to be next, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give us one more line. Let's see, what next? But Pachu, I want you to be thinking about. Wait, okay. So first, let's see what ChatGPT gave us. Here's the next line for our story, which is, Pachu, can you read? What does it say? As he stepped.
As he stepped into the dimly lit carriage, he noticed an elderly man in a sequined jacket humming Hound Dog. The man stopped and looked up and said, "Your lad is not dead, you know."
Okay, so that's late. Late. That's your favorite sound. Late. Great.
Late,
Mm-hmm.
late.
Sequined jacket. Let's take a look at that for a minute. Sequined jacket. Sequins are like this. It's very shiny. So let's see. So this is a sequined jacket. You see how it's shiny? Let's see if we can find another picture
Yeah.
of a sequined jacket. So that's something Elvis.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
something Elvis would probably wear, right? A sequined jacket.
Yeah.
These are sequins. It's very shiny. Okay,
Okay.
let's see. So let's go back to the story here. So we have Detective Jones got on the train to New York to investigate the death of Elvis Presley. As he stepped into the dimly lit carriage, what does that mean, Pachu, if the carriage is dimly lit?
No, I have no idea.
Dim, that word dim means very little light. Okay, so
Okay.
so it
Yeah.
means like dark. If we look at the phrase dimly lit, let's look at pictures for a minute so you can imagine how it looks. Dimly lit. These are dimly lit things. Look, this is a dimly lit bedroom. Not very much light. See, these are dim.
Okay.
Dim is sort of the opposite of bright. It just means a little bit of light. You see, this is a, here's a
Yes, yes,
this is a dimly lit street. You
yes,
see that? Okay.
yes.
So let's go back to the story. So as he stepped into the dimly lit carriage, he noticed an elderly man. What's the difference between saying an old man and an elderly man, Pachu?
Yeah, I think both are same.
Well, they are pretty much, it's more polite to say elderly. It's a little bit rude to say old. Like, so if you say an old man, that sounds a little bit rude. But if you say an elderly man, that's more respectful.
Oh, yeah,
So that's really the
yes,
difference.
yeah,
What is humming? So he noticed an elderly man in a sequined jacket humming. Do you know
yeah.
humming? Do you know what that means? Hum.
In a bright jacket.
What?
Humming means, yes, humming sound.
Humming is like hmm. That's humming,
Yeah, yes,
right? So and hound dog,
yeah.
that's an Elvis Presley song. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, rocking all the time. That's a famous Elvis song.
Okay, yes, yes,
So he stepped into a dimly lit carriage and he noticed an elderly man in a sequin jacket humming Hound Dog. The man stopped, looked up, and said, "You're late. He's not dead, you know." I have no idea what that means. I don't know why it says that. Okay, but now you have to come up with the next line for the story. What do you do after that? That's obviously Elvis. Elvis is on the train. Do you even know? Do you
yes,
know who Elvis is? Pancho? Okay.
yes. Is a rock,
Yeah, from
is a rock
a long
band
ago.
singer.
So what is the next line? Give it one
So,
line.
so the police surprised to see the man,
Hmm.
and who is singing the Elvis Presley song "Hound Dog,"
Okay. Use a verb.
and
You have to use a verb because you said the police surprised to see, but there was no verb there.
uh, police surprised to
Yeah,
see
but
the man.
to see is a verb, but it's not the principal verb. You need to have a verb there. You've got an adjective, surprised, but you don't have a verb. So you can say the police officer was surprised. You have to use a verb there. You can't
Okay,
say the police surprised. You have to say he was surprised.
the police was surprised to see
Hmm.
an elderly man was humming hound dog,
Okay.
and he suspected uh, that man, and there are many thoughts on the mind of the police, whether Elvis Presley, the man is Elvis Presley or not. So so the police thought that, uh, yes, we have an idea
Hmm.
to recognize that the man is actually Elvis Presley or not.
Okay.
So,
Let's try to keep it. No, we could put all of those words into something very simple. What is a verb that means you ask yourself a question? There's a very common verb that you use when you want to say, I'm asking myself a question.
so uh, uh,
Wonder.
okay. I wonder, the man is Elvis Presley or not in his mind?
Okay. Yeah, but you don't have
I
to say in
wonder.
his mind. We understand that part. So you can say,
Okay.
and the detective was wondering
Wondering. Yeah,
if
the detective was
man
wondering.
was really Elvis. See, and then that's very simple. If you just use that one verb, you can say all of what you were saying with just that one little verb. The detective
Okay.
was wondering if that.
Uh, the detective was wondering
Mhm.
if that man was really Elvis.
Okay. All right. So we'll stop.
Uh,
We'll stop there. So the detective was
okay.
wondering. So the detective was surprised to see the
Yeah, surprised. Yeah.
the man humming hound dog, and the detective was wondering. Well, I guess we can just say he, right? And he was wondering if the man was really Elvis.
Who he was. Yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
we'll do
was.
one more around. Okay, so and then we'll practice these words that I have down here, and then we'll finish. So we'll do Alex again, and then Mohammed again, and then Pachu again, and then we'll finish. Okay. So
Okay.
then
Yes. Okay.
we'll practice the vocabulary words that we've done. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this part into Chat GPT and get the next line, and then let's see. The before he could ask. All right, Alex, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Let me make sure that we can see what we're writing here. Okay, so here this is Pachu, this is what Pachu said. He said the detective was surprised to see the man humming hound dog, and he was wondering if that man was really Elvis. And then this is the next part that ChatGPT gave us. Can you read it? And again, think about which words should you emphasize in your phrases.
Okay. Before he could ask, the man leaned closer and whispered, "If you are looking for answer, meet me in the dining car. But but be careful, there are people on the train who don't want the truth to come out." Then just as quickly he appeared, the man vanished into the shadows of the next cargo.
Okay. So let's do the first part. Before he could ask, which words am I emphasizing in that phrase? Before he could ask.
Before before he could
Uh, I think before and ask. Before he could ask. Before he could ask.
before, before he could ask,
The man leaned closer and whispered,
the man leaned closer and whispered,
"If you're looking for answers, meet me in the dining
"If you're looking if you're looking for answers, meet me in the dining room in the dining
room.
car.
But be careful.
Be careful,
But be careful."
but be careful.
Okay. Uh, there are people on this train who don't want the truth to come out.
There are people on this train who don't want the truth to come out."
Then, just as quickly as he appeared, the man vanished.
Then, then just as quickly as he appeared, the man vanished,
What does vanish mean?
disappeared.
Okay. The man vanished
Is
in the
also
shadows
disappeared.
of the next carriage.
The man vanished into the shadow of the next carriage.
Okay. And so now you have to think about what happens next.
Hmm,
What happens next after that?
okay, then the detective, yeah, start to search for the man.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the
Uh,
detective. Let's see.
he, he,
The detective. Then what happened? Can you say that again?
The, det- then the detective starts to looking for the man.
All right. Now, so we're telling a story, so we have to use the past tense.
Okay, yeah. Started the detective
Oh,
started to look,
okay.
or the detective searched for the man.
Which one do you want?
It's up to you.
No, it's
Started to
your
look.
story. It's not my story.
I don't mind. I'm not good at telling stories anyway.
Okay.
The detective started to look for the man.
Okay.
He went from car to another to the second one.
Okay. You can say it like this. He went from car to car, like that. That's all you have.
He went from car to
He
car. Yes.
went. Whoops. He went. He went from car to car. All right.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes, he went from car to car.
Okay. So we'll stop there. All right. So now I will ask.
Was
Go ahead.
was hoping to know the truth.
Okay. He went from car to car. I think that we could just say hoping to know, hoping. Uh, let's do this. Here's an expression: to get
Okay.
to the bottom.
To get to the bottom, yeah. To know what, yeah.
Have you
To
seen
get
that
the bottom of
before?
the story. Yeah.
Have you seen that phrase before? To get to the bottom. That means like to find the
Yes.
truth. I think we talked
Yes.
about that a few weeks ago.
Hmm.
So to get to the bottom of this mystery. Okay, can you read
Of
the
this
read the whole
mystery. Yeah.
thing? So the detective
The detective started to look for the man. He went from car to car, hoping to get the bottom of this mystery.
get to the bottom of this.
Get to the get to the bottom of this mystery.
Okay. All right. So now we will go to. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give us the next line, and then we'll go to Muhammad. And let's see. So I'm going to Muhammad. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what ChatGPT gave us. Uh, can you read it? What does it say? And try to think about which words are special and deserve special attention and emphasis. Which sounds.
Okay. Before he could make sense of it, the train jolted suddenly, and the lights flickered. A voice crackled over the intercom. "We know you are here, detective. Turn back while you still can."
Okay. So now in that first phrase, before he could make sense of it, what are the important words?
Make uh, before he could and sense.
Well, make sense of something. That's a phrasal verb. Make sense of something. Do you think that's a literal phrasal verb or is that an abstract phrasal verb? Make sense of something.
Uh, Literal.
Yeah, it's literal. Literal. So which word would you emphasize and make sense of?
Uh, Sense.
Yeah. Make sense of it.
Make sense of it.
Before he could make sense of it,
Before he could make sense of it,
the train jolted suddenly.
the train jolted
What
suddenly.
does jolt mean? Do you know that word jolt?
Not really.
Jolt could mean like a sudden movement, like a sudden push or a sudden pull. So can you imagine if you're on a train and then suddenly they stop? That's getting jolted. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
What are the important words in that phrase? The train jolted suddenly.
Jolted and Suddenly.
Okay. So, how will you read that phrase if those are important words? Just focus on the big sounds.
The train jolted suddenly.
Jolted suddenly. Jolted suddenly.
Jolted
The
suddenly.
train jolted suddenly.
The train jolted suddenly.
Before he could make sense of it, the train jolted suddenly.
Before he could make sense of it, the train jolted
What
suddenly.
does that mean that the lights flickered?
Like come and go.
Yeah. Yeah. Just in case people watching are not familiar with that word flicker, I think it would be helpful if we just look at what that means. Okay, so for example, here is a picture of something flickering. This light is flickering. It's going on and off and on and off. That's a flickering light. Okay. So before he could make sense of it, the train jolted suddenly and the lights flickered. What is the next line, Mohammed?
A voice crackled over the
What do
intercom.
you think that means? A voice crackled over the intercom. What does crackle mean?
Crackle. Don't know this word.
That's like if you're on an airplane or a train and they talk, the intercom. Those are the speakers. Crackling is that
Yes.
sound. That's crackling, right? Can you when you hear the driver, the conductor of the train talking, can you understand them usually?
Not all the
No,
time.
usually
Yes.
it's really bad, right? There's a lot of crackling
Yes.
and you can't understand them. So the voice crackled over the intercom. Intercom, that's the speaker system. Okay.
Okay.
So what are the important words in that phrase? A voice crackled over the intercom.
Crackled and intercom.
So can you read it? No.
A voice crackled over the
Okay,
intercom.
but you have to give special emphasis to crackled and intercom. The voice crackled over the intercom like that.
A voice crackled over the intercom.
Okay, and then what is the next phrase? We know you're here.
We know you here, detective.
Okay. And what are the important words in that phrase?
No, and here, and the detective.
Okay. So how will you read that if those are important words?
We know you're here, detective.
We know you're here, detective.
We know you're here, detective.
And then we have a phrasal verb, turn back. Turn back. What do you think that means? Turn back.
Turn, like look at me.
Go away. That means
Turn.
go the way, turn around, go away that you came. Leave here. It means leave.
Okay.
So can you say that again? Turn. What do you think? Do you think that's literal or do you think that's abstract?
Literal.
Literal. Literal.
Yes.
Okay. So which word would you emphasize?
Back. Turn
Turn
back.
back. Turn.
Turn
Yeah, that
back.
means go away. Go the way you came. Turn around. Turn back. Leave. Turn back. And what other important?
Turn.
Go ahead.
Uh, still. Still can.
Okay, you're right. Still would be a word that you want to emphasize. Turn back while you still can.
Turn back while you still can.
hmm Okay. And can you add one more part to the story, Mohammed? What happens next?
The tr- the train stopped,
Mm-hmm.
and the suspect jumped from the train,
Okay.
and the detective followed him, run after him,
Okay. How would you say run after him in the past?
run after him,
What is the past of run is irregular.
ran.
Okay. Ran after him.
Yes.
The train stopped, and the suspect jumped from the train, and the detective. Let's see, we've got too many ands. The train stopped. The suspect jumped from the train, and the detective ran after him. Okay. Can you say that? Read that phrase again, but focus on the important words.
The train stopped, and the suspect jumped from the train, and the detective ran after him.
Okay. All right. So let's see. We'll put this in. I'll ask ChatGPT to give us the next line. So we'll do one more pachu, and then we'll practice our vocabulary words, and then we're done. So let's see. Let's turn on. Let's see. Pachu, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see. Oh boy. Wait a minute. This is maybe we're all because ChatGPT just gave us a very long. I think he gave us the ending, so maybe we won't make any more. Let's see. And the detective ran after him into the dark. Okay, I think that probably we won't even. Let's see. Pachu, can you read what happens next in the story? Do you see this? So the train stopped. The suspect jumped from the train, and the detective ran after him. And what happened next, Pachu? Can you read that?
Can you make bigger, sir? Okay. Okay. Into the dense forest that surrounded the
What does
tracks.
that mean, dense forest?
The moon
Let's go step by step here. What does dense forest mean? What does dense mean?
is mm, a lot of trees there.
Okay, yeah, a lot of trees. So if we say the detective ran after him into the dense forest that surrounded the tracks, what are your important words?
Is a dense forest and the tracks
Okay.
surrounded also.
Okay, so if you had to choose between dense and forest, which word would you choose to be important?
Is a
Okay,
dense
so how would you say into the dense forest? Pronounce that like one phrase, one word.
into the dense
Into the
forest.
dense forest. Okay, and then how would you say that surrounded the?
That surrounded the
Okay,
tracks.
but surrounded is an important word. And which
Yes.
syllable has all of the sound in that word? Surrounded.
Rounded.
Round, round, surround.
Round.
Can you
Surrounded.
say that surrounded the?
The surrounded the
Into the dense forest that surrounded the.
into the dense forest that surrounded the
Into the dense forest that surrounded the tracks.
into the dense forest that surrounded the tracks.
Okay, can you read up to the comma? The moonlit The moonlight, read up to the comma.
Uh, okay. The moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy.
Okay, that's very complicated. What is a canopy? Do you know what a canopy is? What
Yes,
is a canopy?
canopy means is a like a shade or something.
Okay, so
Yeah, for
like a cover,
yeah, cover.
like a
Yes,
cover. So
yes,
if they're in a
cover.
forest, what is the canopy? What does that mean in a forest?
Uh, the branches of trees, maybe.
Okay, so just a little bit of light is coming in, a little bit of moonlight is coming in from the leaves and the branches, right?
Yes,
Okay. What are the important words in the moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy?
the moonlight and barely also
Oh,
barely and thick.
what about
Yes,
penetrate?
yes, penetrate also.
So how
Yeah,
would you say the moonlight? Which word would you emphasize in the word moonlight?
it's a moon.
Okay. And the word barely, which sound gets all of the emphasis?
Bear.
The moonlight barely.
Yeah, the moonlight barely
And how about in penetrated? Where's all of the sound?
uh, penetrated. Is a pen pen
Right.
penetrated.
The moonlight barely penetrated.
The moonlight barely
And
penetrated.
then the final three words, which word is important?
Yes, the thick,
Thick. Thick. Not thick. Thick. It's got to be big.
thick,
It's long.
thick,
Thick.
thick,
The thick.
thick, thick
The
canopy. The
moonlight
thick
barely
canopy.
penetrated the thick canopy.
The moonlight barely penetrated thick canopy.
Okay. And then what is the final part of the sentence?
Every shadow seems to be shift as the suspect darted ahead.
What does that mean to dart?
No, I have no idea.
Do you
Darted.
know what darts are? Let me show you what darts are. I remember this word when we did 1984, actually. Uh, I don't remember why, but I remember that. Oh, I think they were talking about helicopters darting. Let me show you what darts are. These are darts. Do you know this game, Pachu?
Darts. Yes, yes.
What do you think? What do you
Yeah.
think if something darts? How does a dart move? Does a dart move quickly or slowly?
As quickly,
Mm-hmm. So dart.
but it stops.
Go ahead. What?
Yeah, but it stops. Uh, it moves quickly,
Mm-hmm.
but yes, quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, very fast. So dart can mean like something moving very fast, like running for a person or driving very fast in a car. It depends. Or flying very fast if it's a bird or a plane. You can use the word dart to mean
Yes,
moving very fast. Is that pretty clear?
yes,
Okay.
clear.
I think we're running out of time. We got to get a. I don't think we
Yeah,
can finish.
yes.
So, so what does that mean if you say the suspect darted ahead? What does that?
Uh, the suspect darted is means so. Yeah, he quickly,
Mhm. Like
quickly
ran.
jump on idea.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
ran. He ran very, very fast, like a dart. So every shadow seemed to shift as the suspect darted ahead. Okay, I don't think we can finish the story. It's getting too late. So we've got 3 vocabulary words to practice.
Yes,
Reaching,
yeah, yes. Okay.
dim, and wonder are the vocabulary words that we're going to practice. So, so let's say goodbye to our story. Goodbye, story.
Yeah, goodbye.
Uh, let's get some definitions for these words and some example sentences, and then we'll practice pronunciation, intonation, and accentuation one last time for tonight. Okay, let me just ask ChatGPT for a little bit of help. All right. Just have to give me a second to put up the definitions and the vocabulary examples. I don't know if you're still here, David Garcia, but I don't know how to invite you. So the link didn't work for you when you tried to access the link? I hope that you try again. Oh no, ChatGPT is not working. Well, that's no good.
There is another website. I can type it to you.
Oh, does it do the same thing? What is it?
Yes.
Let's see.
Do you see it? Yes.
Uh, where did you type it? Did you type it in Discord?
In YouTube chat.
Oh, on YouTube?
YouTube chat.
I don't see it yet. No.
I will write it in Discord.
Okay. Co.com.
Does it?
Let's see. Let's try that. Oh, finally. Well, okay. ChatGPT suddenly started working, so I think we can do that. Okay. So let me just put the definitions here. We've got this one. Whoops, what happened? Try that again. Okay. All right. Oh no. Oh no, now what happened? That's so weird. Everything just disappeared from ChatGPT. That's so weird. Okay, let me try again. All right. Thanks for being patient, everyone. Let's do dim. By the way, dim can also mean stupid. If you, it's kind of a, it's not nice to call someone dim, but it means they're not. A lot of times, if you're talking about someone being smart, you can call them bright. You've probably seen that before. Oh, he's a bright person. That means smart. And it also means the opposite. Dim means stupid. So if you call someone dim, it means they don't have very much light inside of their head. All right. Uh, okay. So now we'll go to Alex. We haven't heard from Alex in a long time. Are you still there, Alex? Maybe not. Okay, well, Alex, if you want to join us, Just unmute your microphone. We'll go to oh wait, you just did.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
all right. So Alex, do you want to take a look at the first sentence we have? Can you read it? What does it say? Oh wait, that's a definition. That's not the example. Oh, I
Oh,
guess I'm getting tired.
okay, this
Let
is
me.
allow,
Uh,
allow. Oop, gone.
oh, we'll make these bigger. Okay. Can you see?
Okay. The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped
What does
suddenly.
that mean? Screeching. Do you remember that word?
Yes, screeching in noise. Make a noise like
It's a very high noise. It's a noise that it's
okay.
not a noise that you would like. It's that's
So
screeching.
like the train ones.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Or imagine if you put your foot on the brakes very quickly, then your tires will maybe make a very loud sound. That's not very nice, and that's screeching. Right? Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read the
Does it?
first? What are the first four words of that sentence, Alex?
The brakes of the car.
What are the important words in that phrase?
Brakes car.
Brakes and car. Okay. So we'll make
Mm-hmm.
those really big when we say it. We'll say the brakes of the car, like that.
The brakes of the
The
car.
brakes of the car. Uh,
The brakes of the car.
okay. And Mohammed, can you read the next four words? What are the next four words?
Made a screeching noise.
What words do you suppose are important in that phrase?
Screeching and noise.
Okay. And in the word screeching, which syllable has all of the sound?
First one, screeching.
Screeching. Screeching. Okay, so we'll make that really long. And we'll also make the word noise very long. So made a screeching noise.
Made a screeching
The
noise.
brakes of the car made a screeching noise.
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise.
Alex, can you say that? The brakes of the car made a screeching noise.
The brakes of the car made a screeching
Panchu,
noise.
can you say that? The brakes of the car made a screeching noise.
The brakes of the car made a screechy
What are the
noise
final four words of that sentence, Pachu?
as it stopped suddenly.
And what are the important words in that phrase?
It's suddenly and stopped.
Okay, so how should you pronounce the word stopped if it's important?
Stopped suddenly.
Okay, well, so we'll make the vowel sound much longer. Stopped suddenly.
Stopped
It
suddenly.
becomes much bigger, more exaggerated. And in suddenly, which syllable has all of the power?
Sud- suddenly.
No, it's not suddenly, it's suddenly.
Oh, so suddenly.
Suddenly, not suddenly, no. Suddenly. Which syllable?
Suddenly.
Sud.
Suddenly.
Yes. And it's extra long because of the D. Suddenly.
Yeah. This suddenly.
Suddenly. Suddenly. Okay,
Suddenly.
so we have the brakes of the car made a made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
Alex, can you say the whole phrase?
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
Okay. And I'm going to add a little bit of music. Okay. So I'm going to make all of the important sounds high sounds, add a little music. And except
Mhm.
when we get to the final part of the sentence, we'll make these into low sounds because phrases usually end pretty low. So we'll say, the brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly. Can you try to say that with a little bit of music?
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
Okay, Mohammed, can you try that with a little bit of music? The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
Pachu, can you try to say it with a little bit of music?
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped
The
suddenly.
brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly.
Pachu, can you make a what kind of noise car make question?
What kind of noise did the brakes of the car make?
Okay. What are the important words in your question?
The, what kind of? What
Yeah,
kind?
probably the word kind and noise.
Uh,
What kind of noise?
what kind of noise? What kind of
What
noise?
kind of noise?
What kind of
What
noise?
kind of noise did the
What kind of noise the?
did the did the did the did the what kind of noise did the
What did the? What kind of? What did the?
what kind of noise did the
Yeah. What kind of noise did the?
what kind of noise did the brakes of the car make?
What kind of noise did the
Brakes of the car make?
brakes of the car make?
Hadi is saying, who are the people reading the sentences? Those are volunteers on Discord, Hadi, and if you would like to volunteer, there's a link in the description. And what we're doing is the first two people. We're doing three. We're doing three tonight, but the first two people to volunteer once the video starts are the people who practice. So anybody can volunteer. You just have to be the first of two when the um, video starts. Uh, Alex, can you make that question? What kind of noise did the brakes of the car make?
What kind of noise did the brakes of the car make?
Mohammed, can you?
What kind of noise did the brakes of the car make?
Okay. We know the answer. The brakes of the car made a screeching noise as it stopped suddenly. We'll just move on to number two. I'm getting tired. This is a four
Yeah.
4 hour class we're doing. I'm doing shortcuts.
Yes.
All right. Alex, can you read number two? What does number two say?
Okay, just gonna scroll up,
Can you see?
please. Yeah, we walked through the dim hallway feeling a little scared.
Okay. And what does dim mean? Dim.
Then dim is like a very little light
Very
or
little
dark.
light. Very little light. That's right. And uh, Muhammad, we walked through the dim hallway. What are the important words in that phrase? We walked through the dim hallway.
Walked and them.
Okay. How about hallway? Do you think that might be an important word?
I didn't hear you emphasize it. You emphasized them
Walked through
only.
the dim hallway. I don't know. I think I would. I think It's hard, because you can pick and choose whatever you want. I think I would pick hall though. I think I would say hall in a big way. Dim hallway.
Okay.
Dim hallway. I don't know. It could go either way, but let's emphasize it for fun. Okay. So how would you say this whole phrase if these are the words that we're emphasizing? How would that sound?
We walked through the damn hallway.
Try to eat your eye a little bit. Dim. Try to push that down.
Damn.
Hmm.
We walked through the damn
We
hallway.
walked through the dim hallway.
We walked through the damn hallway.
Alex, can you say that? We walked through the dim hallway.
We walked through the dim hallway.
How about you, Pachu? Can you say that?
We walked through the dim
Okay, is
hallway.
it walked or walked?
It's a walk,
Walked. Has to be
walk.
a big sound. If you go too quickly, it becomes difficult to understand the word. We walked through the dim hallway.
We walked through the dim hallway.
Hallway.
We walked through the dim hallway.
Okay. And what are the final four words, Pachu?
It's a feeling a little scared.
Okay. And what are the important words in that phrase?
It's a little and the feeling.
Okay. And which syllable has all the power in the word feeling? Which syllable?
Hello?
Feeling. Which syllable has all?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Pachu, do you hear me? You don't hear me? Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with you, Pachu. uh, which syllable,
Yes.
Alex, has all the sound in feeling?
Feeling. E.
Feeling, right? Feel. Okay. So this sounds like feeling a little scared.
Feeling a little
We
scared.
walked through the dim hallway, feeling a little scared.
We walked through the dim hallway, feeling a little
Now, is
scared.
it hallway or hallway?
Hallway.
Hallway. It's the first word. Hallway.
Hall,
I think scared. I think we'll
hallway.
also emphasize the word scared. A little. Oh wait. Let me
A little scared.
let me make this small. A
A
little
little
scared.
scared. Yeah.
Feeling.
A little scared.
Feeling a little scared.
Feeling a little
We
scared.
walked through the dim hallway, feeling a little scared.
We walked through the dim hallway, feeling a little scared.
Mohammed, can you say that whole sentence? We walked through the dim hallway, feeling a little scared.
We walked through the damn hallway, feeling a little scared.
Okay, Pachu, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you make a how we feel as we walk through dim hallway question?
How do you feel?
This is in the
Wh-
past. This is in the past. How we feel.
How did you feel?
Let's use we. Just use we. How did we?
Uh, how did we feel
Mm-hmm. As we
as we walked through the dim hallway?
again.
How did we feel when we walked through the dim
What is the
hallway?
most important word in your question?
Also, how?
Mm-hmm. Can you say how plus did plus we?
How did we?
How did we? How did we?
How did we?
How did
How
we
did we?
feel?
How did we feel?
How did we feel as we walked through the dim hallway?
How did we feel as we walked through the dim hallway?
Uh-huh. Mohammed, can you say this with a little bit of music? We'll put high tones on all of our important sounds, except oh wait, we're doing the question. Can you make the question? I'm getting tired and confused. How did we feel as we walked through the dim hallway?
How did we feel when we walked through the dim hallway?
Okay. Alex, can you make that question? How would you say that?
How did we feel when we walk? No, sorry. How did we feel as we walk through the dim
What
hallway?
is the answer, Alex? Try to say it with a little bit of music.
Okay, we felt a little scared as we walked through the dim
We
hallway.
felt a little scared as we walked through the dim hallway.
We felt a little scared as we walked through the dim hallway.
Mm-hmm. Mohammed, how did we feel as we walked through the dim hallway? Add a little music to your answer.
We walked through the dim hallway feeling a little
Use
scared.
high tones and low tones. We walked through the dim hallway feeling a little scared.
We walked through the dim hallway feeling a little scared.
Panchu, can you try to give the answer with a little bit of music? How did we feel as we walked through the dim hallway? Pachu.
We lost touch.
I guess Pachu's disappeared. Pachu's in the land of mystery in Nepal. Okay. All right, let's move on to number 3. Okay, Mohammed, can you read number 3? What does it say?
The children started at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
What does wonder mean?
Amazed.
Yeah, but you know what it really means is you're asking yourself questions like, oh, how did he do that? That's why it means amazed, because now you're full of questions. That's like when you say, oh, I wonder if it's going to rain. That means I'm asking the question, is it going to rain? Does that make sense? Wonder means asking yourself
Yes,
questions. That's really what it means.
yes.
Alex, can you read number 3?
The children started at the magician in wonder. Sorry, the children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
Yeah, so they're saying, oh, wow, how did he do that? The,
Mhm,
the question is, how did he do that? Okay.
mhm.
Alex, the first one, two, three, four. Well, just read up to magician. Read those words.
Okay. The children stared at the magician.
Okay, and what are the important words in that sentence?
Children stared at the magician.
Okay, children. And which syllable has all of the power in that word? Children.
Children, children,
It's the
children,
first syllable. Chill.
el,
Chill.
children,
Chill
chil,
is the important syllable here.
children,
Children. The children.
children, yeah.
Okay, and then we have stared, right? How would you say stared plus at plus the?
Stared at the,
Stared at the. Make
stared at the,
stare bigger. Stared at the.
stared at the, stared
The
at the.
children stared at the.
The children stared at the.
Okay, and in the word magician, which syllable has all of the sound? Magician.
J, j, j,
J. J.
magician, yeah,
Magician.
j, magician, magician, yeah.
So the whole phrase sounds like this: the children stared at the magician.
The children stared at the magician.
Mm-hmm. Mohammed, can you say that? The children stared at the magician.
The children stared at the magician.
Okay. Pachu, are you there? I think Pachu's gone. Okay. Uh, Mohammed, what are the next 4 words?
In wonder as he
Okay. And what is the most important word in that phrase?
wonder.
Okay. And that word wonder, which syllable has all of the sound?
Wonder, first syllable.
Okay. So, how would those 4 words sound if you say them all together?
In wonder as he.
In wonder is he.
In wonder as
The
he.
children stared at the magician in wonder as he.
The children stared at the magician in wonder as he.
Alex, can you say that? The children stared at the magician in wonder as he.
The children stared at the magician in wonder as he
Okay. What are the final 2 words, Alex?
performed tricks.
Okay. And are they important words?
Yes, performed
Okay.
as he performed tricks.
Okay. Are they both important words?
Yeah, performed and tricks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, performed, which syllable has all of the sound in that word? Perform.
Or form.
Okay. All right. So, how would that sound if you said it emphasizing those 2 sounds?
Performed tricks.
Perform.
As he performed
Okay, is
tricks.
it performed tricks or performed tricks?
Performed tricks.
Okay, is tricks an important word or not?
It's important, but it's the last one has to be like low.
Well, don't. Yeah.
Last,
So this we're just talking about rhythm right now. We're not talking about the music.
okay,
Okay. So actually, it's a very
okay.
big sound. It must be. If you say performed tricks, that's a little bit
Performed
confusing. But if you say performed tricks, make it big. Yeah,
tricks.
make it a long.
Performed trick.
Mhm.
Okay.
Performed tricks.
Perform performed
The
tricks.
children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
The children stared at the magician in wondering as he performed tricks.
Mohammed, can you try that? The children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
The children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed
Okay,
tricks.
now we'll add a little bit of music to it, and we'll make all these high tones. The children stared at the magician in wonder. But then when we get down here to the final part, we'll make that low as he performed tricks. The children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks. Can you try to say it with a little bit of music, Mohammed?
The children started
Stared,
as the
stared,
children started
not started,
stared. Okay.
stared. That's like
Uh,
looking.
the
Go ahead.
the children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
Oh, I think I heard Pachu. Pachu, are you there now?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. I have just freshened my mind
Yeah,
and brush and teeth my brush.
you what?
So I freshened my mind.
Oh,
I
okay. Are you okay?
yeah, fresh.
Are you back from the land
Yes,
of mystery?
yes.
Okay, can you try to say the children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks?
The children started at the magician in wonder as he performed
Can
tricks.
you try that, Alex?
The children stared at the magician in wondering he performed
In
tricks.
wonder as he performed tricks.
In wonder as he performed tricks.
Uh, Alex, can you make a
Why did the
okay,
children
yeah, do
stared
that. Why not? Let's try that. Why Go ahead.
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Okay, again.
Why did the children stare at the magician?
What is the most important word in your question?
Why the children stare
Okay. How
magician?
would you say why plus did plus the?
Why did that?
Why did the? Why did the?
Why did that?
Why did the children stare?
Why did the children stare?
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Pachu, can you make that question? Ask that question. Why did the children stare?
Why did the children stare?
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Mohammed, can you make the question?
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Again?
Why did the children stare at the
Are you
magician?
saying stared or stare?
Why did the children stare at the magician?
Stare at the. Stare at the.
Stare at the. Why did the children stare at the magician?
Why did the children stare at the magician? What is the answer, Mohammed?
The children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
Alex, why did the children stare at the magician?
The children stare at the magician and wonder that he performed tricks.
In wonder as he performed tricks.
In wonder as he performed tricks.
Okay. Pachu, why did the children stare at the magician?
The children stared at the magician in wonder as he performed tricks.
All right, that is the end for today. Okay. So I think that went pretty well. Our little experiment. We'll probably do that again tomorrow. I can't do Gone with the Wind tomorrow morning because I'm busy. I probably won't do that until Sunday. Okay. But I will try to be back tomorrow at the same time as today. So if you want to join me, if you want to volunteer, I hope. Go ahead.
We will be waiting for
I
you.
hope so.
We will be
I
waiting
hope
for you.
so. So
Definitely,
tomorrow at the same time, hopefully. And thank you for participating, and thank you for your comments and questions. And I hope you come back tomorrow. Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, sir.
Thanks you, man.
Thank you. Good night.